Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Negotiating teams from the US and Iran could return to Pakistan later this week as the US blockade on the Strait of Hormuz continues. Israeli and Lebanese envoys meet for US-mediated talks in Washington. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex begin a 4-day tour of Australia amid criticism they are profiting from the trip. Negotiating teams from the US and Iran could return to Pakistan later this week, according to some reports citing Pakistani and Iranian officials. It comes at least 4 ships linked with Iran crossed the Strait of Hormuz today as the US blockade on the waterway continues. Meanwhile, China's foreign ministry has called the blockade dangerous and irresponsible. For more on this, I'm joined by Besham Ben Taliblu, who's the Senior Director of the Foundation for Defense of Democracy's Iran program. Besham, thank you so much for joining me today. Reports suggest multiple ships departing from Iranian ports have passed through the Strait of Hormuz, despite a US military blockade. However, we've heard from CENTCOM, they are denying this. Right now, how difficult is this blockade for America to police and also implement?
Great to be with you. Usually, just a small note, I'm an equal opportunity offender with my name, but it's Behnam, not Bresham. Apologies if there was a typo. Listen, I think with respect to the heart of your question, right now, this is really where the intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capabilities and the assets that the United States, under the auspices of CENTCOM, has really brought into the theater will be tested. Tested to see if they catch and detect exactly that which open source satellites and open source intelligence feeds are able to catch and detect about tanker movements and ship traffic in and out of the Persian Gulf and Strait of Hormuz, when per what the US has said, that the entire Iranian coastline, both inside and outside of the Persian Gulf, will have been subject to this blockade that the president said came into effect at 10 a.m. the other day. So right now it's a war of words, it's a war of satellite imagery, but ultimately not all traffic into and out of the Strait of Hormuz is blocked. It's really just that which will be docking onto Iran's ports.
And the president of Iran is warning the US that threatening the strait will have widespread consequences for the world. You just mentioned this war of words to me, but in your opinion, how is Iran going to retaliate? Because we must remember Tehran has effective military capabilities and it also has an advantage geographically.
Well, certainly the Islamic Republic has a strategic geographic advantage. Also, this is close to their home terrain. But that's really where this begins to end, because we have seen already a 40-plus day war of wills between America and Israel and the Islamic Republic of Iran when it came to the conventional war fighting. And Iran's response was to push away from the table when it came to politics and security and begin a campaign of economic terrorism. And that campaign of economic terrorism actually targeted Persian Gulf oil, as well as a whole host of other products, agricultural products, helium, even that is exported through that part of the world. And more importantly, it was the regime that mined reportedly parts of the Strait of Hormuz, anywhere from 10 to 12 mines, reportedly, some of which the regime has forgotten or misplaced or can't locate where they are in this very critical international waterway. So it's the regime that has really put its finger on the international Achilles heel of the world economy. And this U.S. blockade is an attempt to flip the script on the Ayatollahs and say, well, if the Iranians are going to be blockading Arab oil from getting out, well, then the U.S. is going to blockade Iranian oil from getting out and put a squeeze both on imports and exports and really try to force the Ayatollahs to come to the table in good faith. I know sometimes that can sound like a paradox, but if not, leave more room for more creative options for the U.S. down the line if they don't.
Let's talk about good faith and negotiations, because how can mediators like Pakistan help rebuild trust and restart negotiations between the two sides following the collapse of the talks in Islamabad, which, of course, were led and headed up by J.D. Vance?
Well, it's interesting that we talk about Pakistan because there's a whole host of countries, Pakistan just one of them, Pakistan being the most recent, that have played the role of moderator and mediator, both during Trump's first term as well as Trump's second term on Iran, trying to bring these two very divergent sides together. But don't take it from me here in Washington. Take it from the former foreign minister of the Islamic Republic of Iran, who helped negotiate the 2015 Iran deal known as the JCPOA, Mohammad Javad Zarif, who in a 2016 or 2017 interview in New York City said that the JCPOA, that monumental nuclear agreement that so many who talk about trust being critical to get, he said trust wasn't a factor, that the JCPOA wasn't built on trust. So I think if the Pakistanis or any other mediator are going to be focusing on confidence building measures and trust, I think they may have been missing the forest or the trees. There has just now been the second overt limited war between Iran and America and Israel in this part of the world. I think we have to let the military and economic chips following that conflict fall where they may. And if one is interested in a diplomatic solution, look at that balance. And a creative moderator or mediator can come up with bridging proposals based on where the relative military balance is at that time. But if we're going to be focusing on building trust, even the next round of talks, some of which people are alleging could be as early as mid to late this week, if there is a second round, will also fall flat.
It's so interesting when we talk about diplomacy, like you say, what's going to happen? Could it fall flat? But Trump has made various threats, including military action. We must remember this, a naval blockade and warnings to bring Iran back to the Stone Age. So my question to you is, what can the US do to bring this war to an end and also to control the narrative? Because throughout this war, many people are saying Iran has won on the propaganda side of things.
Well, you are right to notice the propaganda side because the regime and even former supreme leader, shall we say, Khamenei Sr., was always interested in the narrative war, in the media war, in the propaganda war. He stressed this many times throughout the course of his 37-year career as Iran's most powerful person. And ultimately, you see the regime even post-Khamenei, or with Khamenei Jr., we shall say, at the helm, carrying on that legacy of trying to win, at the very least, the propaganda war or the narrative war. And certainly, I think Western democracies, and the U.S. in particular, have a lot to learn to step up, both when it comes to punching back in terms of narrative, as well as getting creative with AI. And we can only, think right now with respect to AI, the regime and, the role of regime supporters around the world, even producing these Lego videos that are, trying to pull at hearts and minds and change people's perceptions about the war. But to the first part of your question, the U.S. really has stopped. I mean, this is a ceasefire. There's about 7 days left in the ceasefire that the U.S. continues to honor. But just yesterday, Bahrain reported drones coming at its territory from the territory of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So really, there is only one side proving in good faith right now that they are interested in the ceasefire. And I think that these sorts of actions will chip away, not a trust, but a political will to extend the ceasefire over time and seek some sort of a diplomatic, not even resolution, because I think that's too far-fetched given the distance on the main substantive issues that divide these two, but a real deconfliction and de-escalation framework that some countries, particularly the GCC, may welcome.
And the big question that many people are asking right now is a change of government in Iran likely as a result of US actions or pressure? Because Donald Trump has kind of danced around this topic a few times. And I wonder what you make of it. Do you think that we could see people in Iran rise up, or do you think that opportunity has now gone?
Well, we've seen a whole cycle of boom and bust protests across the Islamic Republic over the past decade. And so that should tell you that Tehran's theocrats, the military men that support them in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, have essentially little to no social base left. About 10 to 15% is a generous back of the envelope calculation for a population of 92, 93 million that is looking to be integrated into the world economy rather than be isolated from the world economy. There's fundamentally two different visions of Islamism from the state and nationalism from the society. And that means that once the fog of war dissipates, the matter of the next protest in that country is a matter of when rather than if. And the shoe is really on the other foot here. What will the world do? What will all of those who purported to stand by the Iranian people just a few months ago in January, when they turned out in historic numbers and were crushed at historic speeds and in historic numbers, subject to then a 3-week internet blackout, now a 42-day internet blackout, and still ongoing, by the way. And what will the world do then the next time that they do rise up? Because I think it's much more of an open-ended question of what will those who purport to stand with the Iranian people do rather than what will happen when they rise up. Because if all else is equal, they will rise up and be slaughtered, because what this regime is slowly moving towards as it loses conflicts abroad but hardens at home rather than changes, it coarsens, it calcifies, like some authoritarian states under conflict, is you may see a post-1991 Iraq situation. Here where I work in Washington, everyone is concerned about 2003, but many have forgotten about the 1990s. And it was a failure of containment against the Saddam Hussein regime in Iraq, where that regime was too weak to project power abroad, but still strong enough to engage in mass repression and aggression against its own people at home. And that is really the fear that I have right now with respect to the Iranian people in any post-conflict situation.
And China is threatening countermeasures if the US goes ahead with the tariff hikes on China, which Beijing says follows false media reports claiming it provided military support to Iran. Could we actually see China becoming involved in this Iran war?
Well, from a certain perspective or from a certain distance, you could say China is involved, because China has been the largest licit and illicit importer of Iranian crude oil since the European oil boycott of 2011-2012, if I'm not mistaken. It just depends on the period of time that you're looking at. And because of that, the major underwriter of the evolution of the Islamic Republic's threats which are leveled not just against U.S. bases, leveled not just against Israel, but many of the critical infrastructure and civilian infrastructure and energy infrastructure of America's traditional partners in that part of the world, like the GCC states, like the Gulf Cooperation Council states, has really been underwritten by the trade expansion with China. Now, the irony is that China actually buys more oil from the flip side, from the pro-American order in the region, from Saudi Arabia and the rest of the other pro-American states on that side of the Gulf, than from the Iranian anti-American side. And so here, really, China is looking at the politics and security through a more mercantilist lens here. We know they've sided with the UAE rather than the Islamic Republic on a whole host of other critical issues. They get more oil from Saudi Arabia than they get from the Islamic Republic. So China's interests in the Persian Gulf are much more kaleidoscopic than they appear. And the support that they may be reportedly giving to the Islamic Republic is indeed a hedge, because I think both China and to a different extent Russia will be looking to the Islamic Republic not as a trade partner per se, but as a crucial partner in an era of strategic competition in a post-conflict situation where Iran will have proven an ability to tie down or distract or busy America and America's partners in the region while they get ready to compete on a fundamentally different and fundamentally more global level.
Absolutely fascinating to have your analysis and your thoughts. Thank you so much for your time with me today.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me.
We can now go to Major General Chip Chapman, former senior British advisor to US Central Command. Absolutely brilliant to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time with me. The Strait of Hormuz crisis is appearing to be deepening as the days go on. And I wanted to get your opinion on this, because the US outlook is, of course, further being clouded by this energy global problem that we're seeing. Does Iran still have the upper hand in the key waterway?
I don't think it's a question of who's got the upper hand. It's a question of who still has leverage, who still has the strategic calculus to keep on going for the future. And it's that balance which tells you whether Iran will concede at some stage or not. At the moment, an air campaign is not going to compel them, hasn't compelled them, and is unlikely to compel them. There's no campaign in history where bombing someone just from the air has compelled a side to come to the table and surrender, the surrender piece which Trump talked about to begin with. What both sides have are opportunities and dilemmas, and the dilemmas are really give you that sort of cascade of what time is available for each side. So the dilemmas for Trump, of course, are the first one is the global economy. So the future scarcity of oil because it's not going through, even if for ships got through today. That is 2 or 3% of what went through before. So the supply chain disruption, the markets are still not there. So part of the calculus of Iran will be that they can stick this out, because the confidence shock of oil not getting through will mean that we're still stuck with this dilemma for the US. And the key thing is that the threat is still there from Iran. So a blockade is not the same as escorting vehicles through. Indeed, if you look back to the blockade which the Americans did starting on the 16th of December in Venezuela, they didn't go anywhere near the Venezuelan coast with their military assets, precisely because it was the A2AD assets, as we call them, the anti-access area denial assets, which could have been thrown against them. A lot of those were Chinese and Iranian capabilities, in the same way that they have over the Strait of Hormuz. So they are going to do deep water interdiction in the same way that they seized ships off Venezuela on the high seas, not in territorial waters. So escort is out. The blockade will be at range, so it is the targeting from the find function, from things leaving port through satellites, maritime surveillance, reconnaissance, P8 Poseidons, which will then trigger any interdiction when they want to do it. But what this also does, because of those Iranian capabilities, is deter all the Gulf states from going through. So we've got this potential global economic meltdown still there. Will it actually help to open the Strait of Hormuz, the action of the blockade? The answer to that is no, whilst you still have extant Iranian capabilities.
It's such a difficult picture right now when we look at it, because it's essentially a double blockade. And as you say, what is going to happen, because the Strait of Hormuz is still effectively closed. But Donald Trump says Iranians want to make a deal, and J.D. Vance says future talks do depend on Iran chip. The U.S. is maintaining this hardline stance on Tehran's nuclear program. How could Americans militarily remove all that enriched nuclear material from Iran? This is something that is holding up these diplomatic talks. Or is that not even possible from a military perspective?
Well, I've argued before that it's not at the moment, because you need three things. You need exquisite intelligence on where it is, and this sort of notion that there's 440 kilograms of enriched uranium somewhere just waiting for the Americans to go in a locked room and take it is not credible. Secondly, you've got the complexity of geography. It took 150 airships to rescue one pilot the other day. The complexity of the operation would be there. And thirdly, the longevity of the operation, because it would be a complex operation, means that the ability of Iran to interdict it or do something about it in space and time makes it incredibly difficult. So it would be a operation of the utmost complexity, something that you don't really want to do, and you'd want to sort of find a diplomatic way out of that. And I think that's actually where we're going to get to, because in terms of what we look at in game theory in international relations, how diplomacy and negotiations work, we're really looking at what are the pain thresholds and the payoff matrix between each side. And it seems that the negotiations in Pakistan were not that far apart. I think Donald Trump is obviously under a bit of pressure for two reasons in terms of what he said historically. Firstly, he must get a better deal than existed under the JCPOA, which limited the uranium to 3.68%. And secondly, he's going to make sure that somehow the Strait of Hormuz is open, because it's always been one of the precepts of American foreign policy since 1945, that freedom of navigation is part of customary international law. How he deals with both of those is crucial for his credibility in the future.
And let's talk a little bit about this diplomacy that you think could possibly be the off-ramp. The fragile 2-week ceasefire appears right now to be holding, despite this war of words that we've constantly seen between Iran and the US. What happens next when the deadline is up, if a deal is not reached and these talks do not lead to anything fruitful? Do you think military escalation is then once again possible?
Well, the first thing I'd say is that Donald Trump's missive that Iran have no cards to play is, of course, wrong. They have lots of cards to play because although Americans can control have escalation dominance, it's Iran who have escalation control. And rather like you were talking about controlling the narrative, neither side wants to be seen to breaking the ceasefire, and particularly for Iran, a sort of victim status is something they've always tried to have. So what I would expect, if you've got this nascent exploration of further talks, is that both sides will kick the can down the road and that the ceasefire will be extended. Now, there's one thing which could really disrupt that, and again, this gives you a dilemma for Iran, which is how the talks go in Washington between Lebanon and Israel, particularly because one of the things that Iran still wants to achieve is to have strategic deterrence. That is through their proxy groups. If that war continues in Lebanon and Beirut gets hit significantly, that really is a dilemma for Iran, because if they don't support Hezbollah kinetically with ballistic missiles or whatever, then they'll be seen to be a sort of paper tiger, and that won't go down well with their core constituencies and would give them less negotiating power in the future.
Absolutely fascinating. Yes, of course, those Israel-Lebanon talks happening right now in Washington, and Marco Rubio is at those talks, so we'll see what comes of those. Fascinating to have you on and your insights. Chip Chapman, thank you as always.
Thank you, Leigh Ann.
Foreign ministers from 17 countries, including the UK, have urged Israel and Lebanon to seize this opportunity ahead of talks being held in Washington. They're being mediated by the US, but Lebanon, Israel and the Americans have all issued conflicting statements about what they'll cover. A spokesperson for Israel has said it will not discuss a ceasefire during the talks, which will focus on disarming Hezbollah and establishing peaceful relations between Israel and also Lebanon. For more on this, I'm joined by a Lebanese politician and publisher, Dr. Hadi Mourad. Thank you so much for joining me, Doctor. So right now, we know Lebanese and Israeli envoys are meeting in Washington amid Israel's ongoing war against Hezbollah. Why is Hezbollah's Secretary General rejecting these rare talks currently underway?
Thank you, Dean. Actually, Hezbollah, Naim Qasim leader right now is trying to abide by the laws of his supreme leader in Iran, Mujtaba Khamenei. Hezbollah doesn't want any direct negotiations or direct talks between Lebanon and Israel, because Hezbollah is still having the whole authority on the Lebanese government. Right now, what we are missing in Lebanon is the sovereignty of the state, because we have there is a division inside the country between those who want the sovereignty of the state, those who want the peace, those who want the war to end, while we have also Hezbollah who is taking direct commands from his supreme leader to make Lebanon part of the to make Lebanon as a proxy part of this big war between Iran and the states. That's why Naim Qasim yesterday said or talked about the negotiations as fragile negotiations, which most of the Lebanese citizens reject what Naim Qasim said yesterday.
Lebanon wants a ceasefire, while Israel demands Hezbollah's disarmament before peace is possible. Both sides have outlined different aims ahead of these talks in Washington. Does this make a diplomatic breakthrough impossible right now, because both sides just seem so far apart on what they want to achieve?
Yes, I think that both parties do not agree on the main points of the negotiations. However, we should not forget that the first call for the negotiations was done by the Lebanese president, Joseph Aoun, who said on 9 March that we have to break through and ask for the direct negotiation with Israel, while the Shiite leader, Naim Qasim, rejected this from day 4 of the war between Lebanon and Israel. I believe right now what's more important is the division which is happening inside the Shiite sect. We have Nabih Berri, who is the leader of Harakat Amal, and we have Naim Qasim, who is the leader of Hezbollah. Both of them are not aligned right now on the same point. Nabih Berri, who is the Speaker of the Parliament right now, doesn't mind having those direct negotiations, which is happening for the first time since 43 years, and this is actually a replica to see it in the American territories in Washington. I believe that the Lebanese leaders right now have no problem in going through the peace talks. However, yes, we have to break through those negotiations first by having the ceasefire. I believe that since actually April 9, there is actually approximately or a relative ceasefire in Lebanon, since Beirut and Dahi are not being attacked by Israel. However, there is still some fights across the southern Lebanese border in Bint Jbeil and many other places. But unfortunately, today also Hezbollah has fired like 13 rockets on the northern Israeli territory, coinciding with the beginning of the talks between Israel and Lebanon, which makes things worse.
And how might U.S. involvement and the presence of Marco Rubio in that meeting today, that historic meeting, influence the outcome of negotiations between Lebanon and Israel?
Of course, the presence of the Secretary of the State, Marco Rubio, makes those negotiations actually more aligned with and more secure to the both parties who are negotiating right now in Washington. Marco Rubio has a great trust from the Lebanese part, and also I think from the Israeli part. I believe also the statement which was actually said by Marco Rubio at the beginning of those talks were focusing mainly on the cancer which is named Hezbollah in Lebanon. It is a cancer which invaded the whole country. First of all, it invaded the Shiite people and the Shiite community, and right now we have to find a solution and an ultimate solution for the Iranian proxy in Lebanon, which is making things going worse and worse because there is no sovereignty of the country with the presence of the army of Hezbollah. The disarmament of Hezbollah, I believe, is on the top of the list because the Lebanese officials are actually also are in need for this main point, and also the Israeli officials want also the disarmament of Hezbollah.
And right now, it's really difficult in Lebanon. We have seen continual attacks from Israel. We know Israel launched strikes against Lebanon today. We also know that there has been around 2,000 people who have lost their lives in Lebanon. And there's been a big problem with displacement. People have had to leave their homes. What is life like in Lebanon right now? And how are the people able to cope with this situation?
It's really hectic situation, my dear. Since March 2, the 2nd of March, Lebanese people are really facing the worst catastrophe in their lives, especially that more than 1 million people have been displaced from the south and from Beqa Valley. My family also is displaced. Lots of people's families are displaced to many regions which are not safe. Even Beirut now, the capital of the city, is not safe at all, especially when there was an attack at the day of the ceasefire between America and Iran. More than actually 250 people lost their lives also by that time. So I believe it's being really hectic. People really want the ceasefire. They want the peace eventually. After what happened in the last 3 years, they are living like a continuous war since 2023, since Gaza war, and now since the Hezbollah helping war for Iran. So I believe right now there is actually a shift in the mindset of the Lebanese people, especially in the mindset of the Lebanese Shiites, who really want right now the ceasefire to happen eventually and go back to their southern villages in the south and go back to their normal life and back to their normal work. And I hope that those peace negotiations can lead us to those positive outcomes.
I do hope so too, and I hope that you stay very safe. Dr. Hadi Morad, thank you so much for your time with me today.
Thank you.
Chinese leader Xi Jinping warned the international order is crumbling into disarray as he met with Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, who is in China to strengthen Madrid's economic ties with Beijing. President Xi also met with Abu Dhabi Crown Prince Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed on a busy day of diplomacy in the Chinese capital. Patrick Vock has this report.
Chinese leader Xi Jinping used some of his strongest language today to describe the collapse of the international order in his meeting with Spain's Pedro Sanchez.
In a world currently beset by chaos and a crumbling international order, how a nation approaches international law and the international order serves as a reflection of its worldview, values and sense of responsibility.
It was seen as direct criticism of the US as the crisis in the Middle East drags on. Sanchez has been vocal in his opposition to the war and has described the US and Israeli action as illegal. He's among several Western leaders to visit China in recent weeks, despite lingering tensions over trade and security. In a briefing afterwards, there was praise for his hosts.
I find it very difficult to imagine any other interlocutors, apart from China, that could resolve the situation in Iran and the Strait of Hormuz.
Earlier, President Xi said China would continue to play a constructive role in the Middle East in his meeting with Abu Dhabi Crown Prince Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed. The UAE has been hit by Iranian strikes as Tehran targets energy infrastructure across the region. In Beijing, the two sides vowed to strengthen ties with one another.
The UAE attaches great importance to its partnership with China. We are committed to further promoting the development of bilateral relations and exploring broader prospects.
The diplomatic flurry comes as fresh economic data showed Chinese exports taking a hit as a result of the crisis. As disruption spreads, Beijing is casting itself as both a peace broker and an economic stabilizer. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
The Duke and Duchess of Sussex have begun a 4-day tour of Australia. Prince Harry and Meghan are set to visit multiple charities, but have also received some backlash for carrying out promotional events, with tickets costing over $2,000. The last time they visited Australia was on an official royal tour back in 2018. For more on this, I'm joined by journalist and royal commentator Afia Hagen. Afia, always great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me today. So it's day one of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's quasi-royal tour. But what exactly is the couple doing in Australia?
Well, we have to remember that they are private citizens. Yes, they are the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, but they're private citizens undertaking this tour of Australia. And it's a mix of doing some charitable things and also some commercial projects as well. So they visited the Royal Children's Hospital. Lots of people turned out to see them there, and they were talking with patients and parents, shaking hands with people. And then they'll move on to Movember at the Western Bulldogs HQ, and then Harry will visit Canberra to visit the Australian War Memorial and visit with Indigenous veterans and attend a reception for Invictus Australia and the last post ceremony. Then on Thursday, we have the Sussexes at the Scar Tree Walk at the Goree Heritage Trust, and then they will visit an Australian mental health organisation, and in the evening, they attend the Inter-Edge Summit. On Friday, we're going to see Harry and Meghan joining Invictus Australia as they sail around Sydney Harbour, and then there'll be a rugby match in the evening. And then into the weekend, you have the Duchess of Sussex participating in what's been called a girls' weekend like no other. That's hosted by the Her Best Life community podcast in Sydney. So it's going to be a very busy week for them. And like I said, it's a mix of charitable things that they're doing, visiting with the Invictus Games, Meghan focusing on women's issues and homelessness. She visited a shelter earlier on today. And then Harry focused on veterans issues and the Invictus Games.
Gosh, That's action-packed. I hope they can keep up with it all, Afia. But the couple did receive a really warm reception. I saw some lovely pictures as they visited the Royal Children's Hospital. That was a little bit earlier today. But how does this trip compare to the 2018 official royal visit, which I feel like I remember so well?
Yeah, I remember it so well as well. I mean, it is a completely different kettle of fish. 2018, Harry and Meghan were newly married and they were undertaking that tour at the behest of the Crown. So they were there on official royal business and they were definitely at the peak of their sort of global royal stardom. There was bigger crowds because there was walkabouts, which is not an element of this visit that they're having. So it was bigger crowds. And of course, you had Meghan's pregnancy announcement as well. So that added to the excitement of the visit. Now in 2026, they have Lilibet and Archie, who aren't joining them on this tour, but they are private citizens, like I said. So there's no walkabout element. There's no sort of greeting the crowds there, although crowds will turn out to see them when they do these private events. And of course, so much has happened since 2018. I think they're viewed differently, so much water under the bridge. And so it's smaller, definitely. It's scaled down. It's definitely a bit more complex as well. So it's a different gaze.
Afia, are you able to hear me? Apologies, we seem to have some technical problems. We're going to try to see if we can get Afia back on the line. Afia, are you able to hear me? I am afraid that we have lost her, and that was due to some technical problems when it comes to the internet connection. But let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. At least 16 people have been wounded in a school shooting in Turkey. Special security forces were deployed after a former student carried out the attack before shooting himself dead. An investigation is now underway into the incident. Italy's Prime Minister has called President Trump's remarks about Pope Leo unacceptable. Trump had called him weak on crime and said he wasn't a big fan of the pontiff. Meloni, who's a close ally of Trump, says it is right and normal for the head of the Catholic Church to call for peace and to condemn every form of war. A man in Texas has been charged with 2 counts of attempted murder after attacking OpenAI boss Sam Altman's home. The 20-year-old is accused of throwing a Molotov cocktail at the property in San Francisco. The U.S. Justice Department alleges he was found with documents advocating against artificial intelligence and calling for crimes to be committed against AI executives and investors. The retrial into the death of the football legend Diego Maradona has begun. He died after suffering from a heart failure, and his medical team are being accused of failing to administer proper medical care. The first trial collapsed in May last year after one judge allowed unauthorized filming in the court for a documentary. Announce that we do have Afia Hagen back with us. And of course, Afia, we were talking about Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's trip to Australia. And we were talking about the fact it was a private tour. I'm glad you could join me again. Apologies for those technical problems. But there's been a bit of controversy over in Australia. Let's not forget this. Are Aussie taxpayers footing security costs for Harry and Meghan's private trip? And can you tell us more about the security row really dominating those headlines down under?
You're absolutely right. There has been a lot of chat about who is actually funding the bill for this trip. So we have to reiterate that Harry and Meghan are private citizens, even though they are the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. This isn't a royal tour, it's privately funded. So they are funding this themselves, whether that's, you know, whatever they're wearing, how they've traveled, everything is funded by them. Now, when it comes to taxpayers, I think where the uproar has come from is that there will be additional security that will be provided by a couple of the police forces in the area. And of course, if you have a police force that's providing security or extra security, then that will be funded by the taxpayer. But this is something that the police force in those areas would have done anyway. Because if you have a high-profile person who's going to be going to a hospital, is going to be moving around, they would make sure that there would be extra police in that place. That is what you pay for as a taxpayer. So I think it's kind of convoluted and kind of a bit of, I think people want to have a problem when it comes to Harry and Meghan, right? And so this is where this row has come from. You have this petition that's been started. Apparently 45,000 people have signed that petition asking that taxpayers not pay for this trip. And I think, you know, the taxpayers shouldn't be paying for this trip, and rightly so. Harry and Meghan are funding it themselves. And of course, the police, where they feel necessary, will provide extra security. Now, I think this also sort of reignites the conversation around Prince Harry's security and why people, you know, kind of really have zoned in and focused on that particular issue. You know, he wanted here in the UK his security to be provided by RABEC, not on a case-by-case basis, on a more permanent basis, something which is still being decided. And I think a lot of people are kind of seeing that a sort of mirror with what's happening in Australia, with the police force quite rightly doing their job and providing extra security where it will be needed. And let's remember that's not just for Harry and Meghan, that's for the general public as well.
Thank you so much for explaining that, because I think you did a perfect job. And as you say, sometimes Harry and Meghan can't do anything right in many people's opinion. But let's talk about, as well as taxpayers potentially paying out for both Harry and Meghan, let's talk about the fact that people could be attending these private events that are charging over $2,000 to see the couple. Are people keen to actually pay this much money? Are people keen to pay that much money for a girls' weekend like no other, as it's been called? And my understanding of it, Afia, is you just get a group photo with Meghan.
And I think that's a really good question. Let's talk about the commercial events. And, you know, why not? I think it's a bit of an elephant in the room. Yes, we'll talk about their charitable events, but let's talk about the commercial ventures as well. So you have Meghan's retreat, the girls' weekend like no other. It's a wellness retreat taking place in Sydney, up to $3,000 for a ticket. There's VIP packages, there's photo opportunities, and more access to her as well. From what I can understand, it is selling quite well. It's not sold out at the moment, but perhaps over this week, when people see, you know, what Harry and Meghan have been up to, then maybe see how popular they are. People will start to sign up, and maybe that will sell out. Then you also have Prince Harry's event. It's a conference that he's speaking at, charging up to $2,000 a ticket for that one. Some of those tickets I know have been reduced in price, and there's some virtual options there as well. And so I think it's really about how popular are Harry and Meghan, but also how popular are the events they are attending? Are they well populated? Do they sell out every year? Do they perhaps bring in Harry and Meghan for their own marketing and publicity? I think it's how well they've been advertised and how interested people are in perhaps a girls' weekend or a conference that Prince Harry's speaking at. I think it remains to be seen what happens towards the end of this week. Those events are towards the weekend, so they might sell out by Friday. You never know.
Never know, but yes, everyone loves a bit of a girls' weekend. Afia, let's see how those tickets sell out, as you say. And as you say, Prince Harry's have been slightly reduced in price. If you wanted to go, you might save some money now. Afia Hagen, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. Negotiating teams from the US and Iran could return to Pakistan later this week as the US blockade on the Strait of Hormuz continues. Israeli and Lebanese envoys meet for US-mediated talks in Washington. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex begin a 4-day tour of Australia amid criticism they are profiting from their trip. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with a W News Extra. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Has the tough-talking Donald Trump met his match? No matter what threats the US president throws at Iran, he hasn't been able to force a deal. Will his latest expletive-laden ultimatum be any different? As we enter week 6 of the war, we'll debate the latest. Stay with us. That debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
What is happening today in the Middle East is not a fleeting moment. It is a new chapter in a long conflict between the United States and Iran, a conflict whose chapters have extended for more than 4 decades, transcending traditional borders and fronts. A struggle for influence, fought through sanctions, covert operations, and proxy wars. An American-Iranian conflict that has redrawn the balances of the Middle East. Its repercussions are still being written to this day. To understand what is happening today and how we reached this escalation, we must go back to the history of the conflict between the two sides since the Khomeini revolution in 1979 until today. Following the fall of the Shah's regime, students loyal to Khomeini stormed the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 American diplomats for 444 days in a crisis that shook relations between the two countries. When negotiations failed, Washington tried to end the crisis militarily through a secret operation known as Operation Eagle Claw in April 1980. But a sandstorm in the Tabriz Desert led to the failure of the operation and the death of 8 American soldiers, turning it into one of the most embarrassing American military operations in the 20th century. During the first Gulf War in the 1980s, the conflict moved to the waters of the Gulf. In 1987, Iran targeted the American oil tanker Bridgeton with a naval mine, prompting Washington to respond with military operations against Iranian naval targets. In April 1988, the United States launched Operation Praying Mantis, a direct naval confrontation between the two sides, after the American destroyer USS Samuel B. Roberts was hit by an Iranian mine in the Gulf.
After receiving further data and evaluating information available from the Persian Gulf, we believe that the cruiser USS Vincennes, while actively engaged with threatening Iranian surface units,
A few months later, the Strait of Hormuz witnessed one of the most tragic incidents in the history of this conflict, when the American destroyer USS Vincennes mistakenly shot down an Iranian passenger plane in 1988, killing 290 civilians. With the advent of the new millennium, the confrontation moved to new arenas of intelligence and technology. In 2011, Iran shot down an American reconnaissance drone near the Fordo nuclear facility, then announced in December of the same year that it had seized control of the advanced RQ-170 Sentinel spy drone after hacking its systems. In 2016, tension escalated again when Iran detained 10 American sailors after they entered its territorial waters in an incident that turned into a media crisis between the two countries. However, the confrontation reached an unprecedented level in June 2019, when Iran shot down the latest American reconnaissance drone over the Gulf in an incident that almost pushed Washington to launch a direct military strike before it was canceled at the last moment. In early 2020, the United States assassinated Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani in an airstrike in Baghdad. Iran responded by launching ballistic missiles at American bases in Iraq, in the most dangerous direct confrontation between the two sides in decades. In the following years, the conflict took a broader and more complex form through proxy wars, with repeated attacks on oil tankers and commercial ships in the Gulf and the Red Sea, and increased attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American bases in Iraq and Syria, turning the region into an open battlefield between the two sides. With the outbreak of the Gaza war in 2023, the region entered a new phase of escalation. The scope of tension expanded to include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the Red Sea, with mutual attacks and scattered military operations, turning the conflict into a wider confrontation in the region. In 2024, the region entered an unprecedented phase of escalation. Iran launched a direct missile attack on Israel. It moved the confrontation from shadow wars to direct strikes launched by Iran on Israel in response to the bombing of its consulate in Damascus and the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Guard, Hezbollah and Hamas. Meanwhile, after years of conflict, Iran was managing the confrontation with Israel and the United States through its widespread proxies in the region, until the biggest shift came in 2025, when the conflict entered a new phase. In that year, the confrontation known later as the 12-Day War broke out, with Israel launching Operation Rising Lion on June 13th to strike Iranian targets, followed by American strikes in the middle of the night on June 22nd on nuclear facilities in response to Iran's nuclear progress. Iran responded by shelling American bases and Israeli sites, escalating the confrontations in a war that lasted 12 days. During which Iran directly targeted Israel with an unprecedented series of missile and drone attacks. During those 12 days, the Middle East seemed to stand on the brink of a full-scale regional war, with unprecedented activation of air defense systems and exchanges of strikes at unfamiliar depths between the two sides. Although the open confrontation stopped afterward, the old balance had been broken. As for 2026, the last lines of containment collapse, and at dawn on February 28, the region began a new phase of direct confrontation, in which events accelerated dramatically, with wide-scale airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on military and nuclear targets inside Iran as part of two military operations named Fierce Anger and Lion's Roar. This escalation came after the collapse of nuclear negotiations between both countries, while Iran continued enriching uranium and refused to halt its nuclear program. The first strikes focused on military installations and the infrastructure of Iran's nuclear program, particularly sites linked to the development of missile capabilities and sensitive facilities in Natanz and other areas inside Iran, in an attempt to weaken Tehran's strategic capabilities. During the first hours of the attack, pivotal events shook the structure of Iranian leadership, as the strikes resulted in the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ellie Cohanim, along with a number of senior military commanders linked to the Revolutionary Guard, dealing a severe blow to Iran's political and military leadership.
حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد شعیب گوارای شهادت را نوشیدم.
But the Iranian response was not delayed. Tehran announced the launch of Operation True Promise 3, beginning a wide wave of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, in addition to civilian sites and oil facilities in the Arabian Gulf, Jordan, and Iraq. With the expansion of the strikes and counterstrikes, the confrontation quickly turned into an unprecedented direct war between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, with continuous Iranian targeting of Arabian Gulf countries and Erbil, pushing the Iranian regime to also deploy one of its most prominent arms in the region, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, to expand the scope of the confrontation and open a new front on the border with Israel, where it fired 6 rockets toward sites inside Israeli territory, a move considered a clear message that the war is no longer confined to one front. British bases in Cyprus were also attacked by drones. However, the Israeli response was not delayed. Israel launched a wide series of strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure in Lebanon, along with sites and field commanders linked to the party, as well as elements of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, believed to be overseeing military coordination between Tehran and the party inside Lebanese territory. Tehran also used its allied militias in Iraq to target American bases and interests, in an attempt to open an additional front in the confrontation. Tension expanded to reach Azerbaijan after Baku announced the foiling of attacks and intelligence operations attributed to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. These included attempts to target sensitive sites and the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, which provoked Turkish and Gulf condemnations and fears of the conflict spreading to the South Caucasus. In conclusion, this conflict has been described by many concerned parties as an attempt to bring about structural change in the Iranian regime and to redraw the balance of power in the Middle East. Since that moment, the region has entered a new phase of escalation, where the confrontation is no longer limited to proxy wars, but has turned into an open multi-front confrontation that may change the shape of the region for many years to come.
The entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years.
The war in the Middle East is rewriting the global energy map. Strikes on Iranian and Arab Gulf energy infrastructure and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the umbilical cord of world oil supply, have already sent shockwaves through commodity markets. And the risks are far from over. Yemen's Houthis, largely on the sidelines since the conflict erupted a month ago, appear to be signaling a potential entry into the war, raising the specter of a simultaneous closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. If that happens, the consequences for global oil flows would be even more severe. Against that backdrop, Goldman Sachs has dramatically revised its oil price projections upward for this year and into 2027, warning that this war will permanently bake a security premium into long-term crude prices. In their latest report, the bank warns that in a worst-case scenario, the world could face a persistent loss of 2 million barrels of oil a day that cannot be quickly reversed. And Goldman Sachs says that in any case, the price of a barrel of Brent crude could spike past $147, shattering the all-time record set back in 2008. To break all of this down, I'm joined now by Goldman Sachs chief oil analyst and co-head of commodity research, Dan Stuyven. Dan, welcome to the program. Dan, currently, what is your base case scenario for the duration of the war and the reopening of Hormuz? And how long will it take for the Gulf production to ramp up back to pre-war levels, given the stoppages announced and the damages sustained to some of the energy infrastructure and fields?
Yeah, so our working assumption, our base case, is that flows through the Strait, which are still down by 95% from normal levels, start a gradual recovery in mid-April and then are back at normal levels by mid-May. But the risks are skewed towards delays and therefore we lay out alternative scenarios for both Hormuz flows and for higher prices in our risk scenarios. In our base case, flows through the Strait are back near normal levels by mid-May, and then we assume an additional month required to normalize production, upstream production in the Middle East, which would then put you sort of in a mid-June timeframe for a normalization of production. We had a few data points from some of the largest oil producers in the world, including the CEO from Saudi Aramco, who said that production could come back within days, at most weeks. We also had an official from the Kuwait Petroleum Corporation suggesting that production may take somewhat longer to come back. The risks to our base case timeline for recovering production by mid-June are skewed towards delays.
But then what's your most pessimistic scenario then?
I think the most pessimistic scenario for oil supply is a scenario where flows to the Strait take longer to recover and where you could see persistent scarring to oil production potential in the region. We did review the 5 prior largest oil supply shocks in history, and it was quite remarkable that averaging across those 5 episodes, recognizing significant differences across episodes, on average, oil production 4 years after the start of the shock was still down by just over 40% in the affected country. And so the risk scenario where oil production potentially in the region, which accounts for 1/3 of global oil production, remains 2 million barrels per day lower, perhaps on the back of damage to oil infrastructure, such as, for instance, export terminals. That scenario is plausible, and it's informed by our review of historical large oil supply shocks.
Dan, do we have a figure or a number on the current deficit in the oil market currently?
Yeah, so at the moment, our estimate is that global oil markets are probably in a deficit in the tune of 13 million barrels per day or so. The math is that before this shock, the market was in a moderate surplus. We're losing about 19 million barrels per day of flows from the Strait, talking about exports as opposed to production. Production itself is down less dramatically. But we have been impressed by the redirection through pipelines, both the East-West pipeline and also the Fujairah pipeline in the UAE. And so we're seeing flows through these pipelines being about 5 to 6 million barrels per day higher than normal. And so, that sort of gives you 19 minus 6, call it, roughly a 13 million barrels per day loss in terms of oil exports available to the market. Actual production losses are somewhat more limited as producers are storing some of the production that they can't export.
We will later come to the East-West pipeline and that Saudi turnaround over there. But first, in your recent report, Dan, you speak of a post-shock model. Will oil prices remain higher for longer? Take us through your oil price projections over the short and medium term first, and then I'll ask you about the structural changes driving those projections.
Yeah, great. So in the base case that we discussed, where flows through the Strait normalize by mid-May and production in the region normalizes by mid-June, in that base case scenario, we see Brent averaging $85 in 2026, ending the year around $80 per barrel. That is about $20 higher than what we would have been looking for in the absence of the Iran war. Even if by year end, we assume that production in the Middle East has normalized. In fact, we expect production in the Middle East to be slightly higher by year end than in the absence of the war, because we would assume that producers such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which have substantial spare capacity that's available once the Strait opens, would focus on stabilizing markets and making sure that inventory levels, which we expect to draw a lot, can normalize to more average levels. Now, that $80 Brent year-end base case forecast is about $20 higher than what we would have forecasted without the war for three reasons. One, the very large draws in commercial oil inventories, and lower inventories typically mean higher oil prices. Second, we do think that the market would likely risk adjust effective spare capacity, because spare capacity is concentrated. And therefore, we think that long-dated oil prices, sort of the back end of the oil futures curve, should be about $5 higher than in the absence of the shock. And third, we think that positioning, which was quite short going into 2026, we think positioning should be persistently somewhat higher as investors are willing to pay a premium, a security premium for available barrels. And along with sort of the rotation into hard assets that you're seeing across macro markets, this is sort of the third reason why we look for higher prices for longer, even if the Strait normalizes.
Dan, I want to zone in on the security premium post this war over the longer term. What are the structural changes to oil pricing do you expect to happen? Will this higher geopolitical security premium embed itself into oil prices? Would countries from now on turn to strategic stockpiling more aggressively? And what would be the implications for this enhanced security sensitivity be on supply and demand?
Yeah, absolutely. So one key reason we look for lower global commercial oil inventories by year end, which was sort of the first reason I discussed for higher prices because of the war, is that while in the short term we expect significant strategic petroleum reserve releases while the disruption lasts, we do think that this event will lead to very significant refilling of strategic petroleum reserves. Two reasons. One, we'll end the summer or the fall with very low strategic petroleum reserve levels, especially in countries like the US relative to historical standards. So even normalizing SPR levels will require significant refilling. And second, we think this shock will incentivize policymakers to target higher equilibrium, steady state SPR levels. And in fact, the US SPR program, it's not a sale, it's a loan. Borrowers who are now getting access from April 1st, from tomorrow, to US SPR barrels, they're expected to give 20% more barrels back down the road than what they receive. It's a sizable 20% sort of interest rate expressed in barrels.
Going back to the logistical aspects and the transportation aspects of the oil market, the Houthis in Yemen have been mostly on the sidelines since the war broke out a month ago, but it seems they have made a couple of what seems to be a warning shots in the last couple of days. If they do enter the war, Dan, and if this Hormuz disruption is accompanied with a closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, what is the impact on oil flows here?
Yeah, it's an important risk that we're monitoring closely. So the facts are the following. We estimate that oil exports, so both crude and products, through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait at the moment are around 7 million barrels per day. They're up about 1 million barrels per day, 1 million barrels per day over the last month, as you have seen an impressive pickup of crude exports from Saudi Arabia coming via the East-West pipeline to the Yanbu port, and then going to Asia. I think we've learned that most shippers are risk averse. If there were attacks on oil tankers, you could expect a meaningful drop in volumes there as well. Now, there is some optionality to reroute some of the flows via the Suez Canal, via Europe, via the Mediterranean. But there are two challenges. One, the very large crude carriers, once they're full, they're too heavy, they're too deep to go through, and so you would have to use a pipeline or bring smaller ships to the region. And the second problem is it really extends the journey, and the tightening Hormuz shock is very much an Asia-centric shock, or at least initially, and it takes a lot more time to go to Asia via the Mediterranean and the African Cape of Good Hope than going directly via Bab el-Mandeb.
How high can oil get in such a scenario if we do get a closure of the Bab el-Mandeb as well? The maximum we saw intraday so far is $120.
We laid out a severely adverse risk scenario in our work. In that scenario, we assume the Strait of Hormuz closes for 10 weeks, and we have 2 million barrels per day of persistent scarring. And in that scenario, prices in the short term exceed $150 per barrel in April, and end the year at $115 per barrel. So well above our $80 base case for end 2026. I think you're asking about a slightly different, a severely adverse scenario where oil prices could be similar. But the critical question, I think, for the long term is, will production from the region eventually fully recover or not? That's ultimately the most important question to think about oil prices 12, 18 months from now.
Dan, does the recent U.S. Treasury General license to allow sale of Iranian oil on the water, does it change the picture, physical picture, or does it just simply allows this oil to reach a bigger subset of customers outside of China? And do you expect traders and financial institutions to remain wary of getting implicated in Iranian oil despite this temporary lift in sanctions?
Yeah, so the data that we're tracking point to only a slight pickup in the pace of imports of Iranian crude following the easing of sanctions. To your point, I think a lot of buyers are still thinking through the risks associated with buying Iranian crude, also reputational risks. And so the data point to only a modest pickup in imports of both actually Iranian and Russian crude. More broadly, so I think this supports our point that this shock is too big for policymakers to fully offset. Yes, we look for somewhat higher SPR releases. Yes, we look for somewhat faster arrivals of crude from Iran and Russia. But these policies are only very partial offsets to the very large Hormuz shock.
Dan, over to the United States. U.S. shale was slowing in the past year or so. Does the current situation change your outlook for shale? Do the higher prices encourage higher capex, or do you expect the shale players to remain cautious and more capital disciplined?
Directionally, incrementally, this suggests that production from U.S. shale could be somewhat higher than otherwise, but I think we're really talking, 300, 400 KBD more than in the absence of the war, which again is quite modest relative to the size of the shock. Two challenges that U.S. shale companies are facing. One, we do think that their inventory of high quality acreage is gradually depleting somewhat. And second, to your point, they have been capital disciplined. When they're capital disciplined, capital markets reward them financially from a stock price perspective, and we think they will remain capital disciplined. So slightly higher shale production makes sense. After all, it's still the most important short-term price elastic part of the global supply and demand balance, abstracting from OPEC spare capacity. But again, it is quite modest. And if this shock were to last a lot longer than our base case, most of the rebalancing would have to operate via demand destruction as opposed to supply responses.
Dan, you've pointed earlier on to the east-west Saudi pipeline. Given that Saudi has been able to shift loadings to its west coast on the Red Sea at Yanbu, how would you describe this Saudi turnaround and how fast it was undertaken? And does this infrastructure hedge or bet finally comes to fruition not only for Saudi, but for the entire global oil market? And given the current prices, what is your expectations of the net impact on Saudi oil export revenues in the last couple of weeks?
Yes, I think it is impressive and faster and bigger than what most analysts were looking for. I think the volumes through the east-west pipeline at the moment, estimated around 7 million barrels per day, are significantly bigger than, for instance, estimates of pipeline maximum potential that agencies such as the IEA or the U.S. and the Department of Energy have put out. So that's very impressive. It's the most powerful, but still partial offset to the sharp loss in Hormuz flows, more powerful than SPR releases or releases of sanctioned crude. I think the impact on Saudi oil export revenues depends on the offsetting balancing act between slightly lower volumes and higher prices. And I think it depends on the horizon. I think in the first few weeks of the conflict, before you saw this big ramp up in pipeline flows, the impact on revenues may have been somewhat negative. But if I look at our, for instance, 2026 second half forecasts, we forecast higher oil prices than in the absence of the Iran war, as we discussed, roughly $20 higher. And we actually have production from the region, especially producers with spare capacity such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, higher than in the absence of the shock, because we assume that OPEC will stabilize markets. And so in the second half, both the price component and the volume component in your export revenue formula would point to higher revenues.
Dan, the media focus is on crude prices as they rise, but certain products have realized even higher price jumps like jet fuel and diesel. What are the dynamics in those products markets, and where do you see the biggest shortages forming?
Yeah, so we think this is even a bigger tightening shock for refined products, especially heavy refined products such as diesel and jet fuel and fuel oil, than for crude markets. 3 reasons. One, in contrast to crude, the starting point for refined product markets was already a very tight market with very high global refinery utilization rates, while the crude market was in a small surplus. Second, the key challenge for the heavier refined oil products is not only that the Middle East is a very important exporter of, for instance, jet fuel. The key problem is that the Middle East is the key producer of heavy and medium crude, which is the key input into making the heavier refined products such as jet fuel and diesel. And so as a result, we're seeing meaningful refinery run cuts in Asia with less production of refined products such as jet. And third, the policy response is less powerful for refined products. The SPR releases by the U.S. government, for instance, it's of crude. It's not of refined oil products. Similarly, the releases of sanctioned barrels, it's mostly crude. So it's a bigger shock for heavy refined oil products than for crude. And yeah, we do think that prices for refined products such as jet and diesel are likely to stay significantly higher than in the absence of the shock for longer. And another fourth challenge is that it may take more time for refineries to come back than for upstream production, because reports suggest that damage to upstream oil production capacity is still quite limited so far, while we have seen more reports of potential damage to midstream refining production capacity.
Interesting piece of information there, Dan. My final question to you, looking at the oil consumer markets, which market is the hardest hit, you think? Is it the Asian or the European market?
I would say it's Europe. Two reasons. One, if you look at the share, for instance, of oil and natural gas in primary energy consumption, in Europe, it's around 2/3. If you look at China, India, it's around 1/4. The reason is that countries such as India and China rely heavily on coal and other alternative fuels. And the second challenge for Europe is that Europe is not only facing a spike in petroleum product prices, it's also facing a spike in natural gas prices. And in Europe, in countries such as Italy, natural gas prices tend to set the power price at the margin. So Europe, in a sense, is facing a triple whammy of higher petroleum product prices, higher natural gas prices, and higher power prices.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, "I speak, therefore I am." There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism. Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only? Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
I exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. I experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقلبك عم بيحلى عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed fate. That's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition. Throughout my life, because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دلله وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعله. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal. If we had psychological awareness in education, she wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life and the struggle, competition, and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, I want to eat. He wouldn't say, I'm thirsty. I have to bring him water. But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmoud or Fatin?
It was definitely by Mahmoud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggle just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
Due to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about the autism, so I was just thinking why he don't talk. Why he don't talk? Because he was speaking, is eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day, when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak, he just making sounds like. At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only. I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism? Only, but there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. You know, kind of she would bring me back down to earth, saying, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing. And that's, then that was like kind of the inspiration to, I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. That's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an over-sensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
When he was 5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, "Oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. When he gonna be adult with the mind of the child." He just told me like this. My son is talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You need to give hope. You need to say, oh, buy this book, oh, do this, do that, come back here, let's do something. They need to be positive.
I've never had pets. I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot. And now we have cats, so he's plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play. So then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapists told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some up with the hot water, no, very hot water. Yeah, one is something like lemon, or do this exercise as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Niraj. Show me jumping. Good work.
Coloring pencil.
Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help, Niraj?
Oh, yeah, definitely. So, when we have games that involve, but mainly, those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning. And now I see my son, he can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many, many, many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this, I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj. He's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realize this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahed, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place, dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Alaa, I have Khalil. They call me Mom. And my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed. So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability. The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and there comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. Young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies, in Emicor, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salary, comparable to university, graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea, and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them. How would you describe Mahmoud? He is a kind person and musically talented. He plays the piano and sings, and he is also handsome.
How do you describe Andrea?
She is my friend. I love her very much. He plays the piano and the guitar.
I was studying a major that I love. I was easing my conscience as a mother by studying something that could help my son. We can manage behavior either with reinforcement or punishment. When we know which reinforcement is best for the child, we can use it to teach the child to ask and express themselves. It is not necessary to express by talking, because many autistic do not speak. So we can use pictures, or we can use an iPad to be able to communicate with them, and they can communicate with us. This skill is one of the most important things we teach a child. It's one of the foundational skills we begin with for a child. Honestly, the early stages were the hardest for me. I used to repeat sessions that he learned with the specialist every day. I would reapply the speech sessions with him 4 times a day. I used to repeat them on the same day. At the times when I could not do these sessions, I would repeat them through activities I would do with him at home. So when he became responsive, when he was ready, when he became ready to expose him, experiments to find out what does he like, so we tried. 2 experiments and discover what he liked. We began teaching him the field of computer and software, and we tried exposing him to all fields until we discovered that Mahmoud was excellent at playing piano. He can express himself, his anger, his joy through playing the piano.
What if we were asked to pause for a moment and put on the shoes of this mother or sister or that father or brother just for a moment? What if we realized that one of our children is on the autism spectrum? Everyone we spoke to never wished to switch roles. Instead, they asked of those around them or those they encountered on the street or in the store or the cinema or school. Anyway, they wish to grant these passes by the children with autism a little understanding and a little love.
It pains me to see him grow up, still with that same innocence and childlike nature. Maybe because I'm afraid for him, afraid of his innocence, the purity of his thinking, his unconditional love for people, and his lack of awareness of the evil in this world. The initial phase is exceptionally challenging, initiating them with their first word, the first letter. It's a very challenging stage. It's one of the most challenging stages. The challenge of adulthood is also affected.
And I want to say to the ones who abandon their children, go back to them. They need you. Do not be ashamed of your children. Your son may not be what you dreamed of, but they become something you never dreamed of before. I am really grateful for his presence, no matter what he is. Of course, I wish he does not suffer from autism. I cannot imagine my life without his presence.
you want to say to Dad?
I played the piano.
If you want to talk to him but he is away?
I call him.
What do you tell him?
Come. I love playing piano, and drawing and sports, and swimming.
What do you do in the kitchen?
I make a Lebanese sandwich.
اللي تبان صعبة في أولها مع بعض أنا وأنت أكيد هنكملها لا 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 لا
Has the tough-talking Donald Trump met his match? No matter what threats the US president throws at Iran, he hasn't been able to force a deal. Will his latest expletive-laden ultimatum be any different? As we enter week 6 of the war, we'll debate the latest with our panel here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. For weeks, President Trump has been talking up how desperately Iran wants to make a deal.
We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. We'll be leaving in the near future. We'll be leaving in pretty much the very near future. They want to make a deal. I would only say that we're doing extremely well in that negotiation.
But the president's sweary weekend social media post makes those comments a little harder to believe. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day. There will be nothing like it, he said. Trump's expletive-heavy and grammatically questionable Truth Social post could be interpreted as an act of desperation. Iran says the US is publicly promoting war crimes. Trump's latest angry outburst also suggests that perhaps the administration has abandoned its plan to rally a naval coalition to secure the Strait of Hormuz. America's Western allies didn't eagerly heed the call to arms, and its Gulf partners continue to bear the brunt of a war they actively tried to avoid. Coming up, we'll debate, will Trump's latest threat force a deal or simply prolong regional instability? Would US strikes on Iran's civilian infrastructure be a war crime? And are we witnessing a real-time recalibration of global alliances? Stay with us. Joining us for this discussion is Sayed Hussein Mousavian, a former Iranian diplomat who served as a senior nuclear negotiator. David Satterfield is joining us, a former US diplomat who has served as a special envoy for Gaza and also an ambassador to Lebanon and Turkey. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel is Professor Badr Al-Saif, Professor of History at Kuwait University and an Associate Fellow at Chatham House. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks for being here. Well, by now, the world is no stranger to President Trump's provocative use of social media. But even by his standards, the president's weekend post, laden with swear words and threatening to blow up Iranian bridges and power plants, surprised many, especially when the administration has been talking up the prospects of a ceasefire deal. And let's not forget, it does come hot on the heels of his threat to bomb Iran back into the Stone Age. President Trump's supporters say it's all part of his peace through strength strategy. His critics say it goes too far. Mr. Satterfield, let's start with you. The president's latest threats focus on civilian infrastructure. Will the US follow through on that threat, do you think? And if it did, would it be a war crime?
There's no way to tell, given the frequency and contradictory character of the president's social media comments, whether the deadline for tomorrow night, Tuesday evening, is real or not. or in fact, if a deadline is passed, what actions he will take. I will say this. Targeting is not a strategy. You require a strategy first in which targeting specific kinetic actions along with diplomatic actions enable the achievement of your goals. There is no doubt, I think it's clear to the world, the president is deeply frustrated and angry at the inability to move beyond the diminution of the missile program and the nuclear enrichment program into reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. But all of this should have been contemplated before the campaign was begun. The issue here is not whether a particular U.S. or Israeli action is a, quote, war crime, close quote, or not, but rather, where does this take the region? Where does all of this take the world? Iran retains the ability to inflict pain horizontally on the Gulf, as well as on Israel, and through them on the global community. How does this come to a close? That's the strategic question.
Okay. Mr. Mousavian, what do you make of that? Is it, regardless of whether it's a war crime or not, is it only important depending on where it takes this conflict? How do you assess it?
I agree with Ambassador. I think the most important issue is for President Trump to invest more on diplomacy rather than war, threatening and very contradictory positions.
Do you think that's what he's doing, though? Do you think he's investing more time in the threats than he is in negotiations? Or is that just what he wants the public to think?
No, look to what really has happened. I mean, we are engaged practically in a cycle of negotiation, ceasefire, war. In 2025, we had negotiations. Oman foreign minister publicly said there was significant progress. We were very close to a deal, within reaching a deal, but the U.S., Israel, they decided to attack Iran. And then President Trump asked for a ceasefire. Iran accepted ceasefire. Again, engaged in negotiation. Again, there was significant progress. Again, the deal was within reach, and again, the U.S. attacked. Therefore, if there is going to be a successful diplomacy, we need to end the cycle of negotiation, war, and ceasefire. We need a real end to this situation, ending the war. And I believe this is possible.
Okay. Professor Al-Saif, what do you make of those two positions?
President Trump chose of all days to share inflammatory messages on Easter, which speaks to the kind of regard he has to those events and to the raising the praise to Allah reference, which quite frankly doesn't, make any sense or contribute to the discussion. It only confuses and contradicts even further. And I think the problem has been about the terms of reference that we're using by all parties to the conflict. What victory entails when it comes to the Iranians versus the Israelis versus the Americans, what a negotiation entails for all these different parties. And the definitions abound, Melinda, and that's been the problem. And I think we do not need to agree on what a definition is, but we need to understand where each party stands and how they view the other side's definition so that we can move forward. Now, in light of all the chaos and the controversy that we're getting and the moving deadline, really, I mean, the deadline was today, and today we're filming on Monday, and now it has shifted to Tuesday, and we've yet to see how that acts out. But I think we're also seeing a parallel track when it comes to diplomacy. We've seen an exchange of letters through the Pakistani mediator. We've seen demands being thrown out by all sides. So even if this is very young, very nascent, I think this is something that we need to build on. And it speaks to addressing the core issues. Again, as Ambassador Satterfield said, there is no clear strategy. If it was all about nuclear weapons, we can assess that this has been sorted with the past 5 weeks, and even prior to that with the negotiations in place. And now we're hostage to a different set of issues, like the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which we would have hoped that those that planned the war in the US would have laid out all these different options in place when drafting a strategy. I think where they went foul is believing in the Israeli objective, which wants to sow chaos and discord in the region with no clear end game. And that's what we need to focus on, a clear end game that every party to the conflict agrees to. And not only parties to the conflict, Melinda, and I'll end on this note, we live in a neighborhood. The Gulf states need to come in. Other regional powers like Turkey and Pakistan need to come in. We need to come to terms with one another, and we need to have a clear resolution to the conflict once and for all.
Ambassador, what do you make of that point the Professor has just raised there, that Iran wants to sow discord in the region with no real end game?
I believe attributing that to Israel, yes. Look, there is a distinct difference between what we can assess are the U.S. goals here and what the Israelis may wish to see at the end. The U.S., the president, don't wish to see what we would describe as fitna wa falda in Iran, dissolution of the state, fragmentation, and chaos. That would be a breeding ground not just for violence, but projection of threat out of Iran of a different character than the missiles and the nuclear program have done. That's not good for the region. It's not good for the global community. I think Israel, the government, would be perfectly satisfied with a fragmented Iran to diminish the threat of a coherent Iranian state to Israel. There's a difference here. But the real question is, again, what happens with respect to a negotiating process or a kinetic military process with regard to the Strait of Hormuz? And the reality on the ground has been Iran's continued ability to project risk and pain to its neighbors. Kuwait has just suffered from this in the last 24 hours with additional strikes. So have other states in the Gulf. How does this come to a close and allow the Strait as an international, not a national Iranian, waterway to be restored to its previous passage regime? That's getting more and more difficult by the day.
What do you make about that, Mr. Mousavian? Because I wonder if we have America and Israel with perhaps not conflicting, but with differing goals or ideas of what the end game is, does that make it that much harder to get a resolution here, whether it's opening the Strait of Hormuz, whether it's getting a ceasefire or a long-term solution?
As you heard from many American politicians, senators, Congress members, they are all saying this war is not and was not American war, it was Israeli war. I mean, many people, they say worldwide. Second, I believe Israeli strategy is very clearly transparent, said by Prime Minister Netanyahu. I mean, Prime Minister Netanyahu publicly, officially said his strategy is Greater Israel. I mean, and then we have American ambassador in Jerusalem saying that, yes, Israel has right to occupy or get the other Middle Eastern countries. I mean, therefore, we understand what is going on the Israeli side or the hawkish American side. About American strategy, of course, we had different strategy during President Obama, during President Biden. Now we have a very, very different strategy during President Trump. Nevertheless, at the beginning of the crisis, Trump said nuclear. But the nuclear deal was really within reach. There was no problem to have a nuclear deal. Today, there is no problem to have a nuclear deal. But just some days after the war, you heard the director of energy in White House. He came to Fox News and he said the goal of attack was controlling Iranian oil reserves. Then we had the statement made by Secretary of Energy of the United States. He said that the U.S. is looking for Hark Island, the hub of Iranian oil export, to be asset of United States. This is exactly what he said, asset of United States. And then we had Senator Graham saying, yes, the aim is regime change. And then after regime change, we will have Goree Island, we would have Iranian oil, we would have tons of money.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we really don't know exactly. I am convinced with what Prime Minister Netanyahu said. They are following greater Israeli strategy. And now President Trump's officials, administrations, they have said oil, controlling Iranian oil, Goree Island, regime change. If this is the case, I'm afraid we are going to have endless war. But if the U.S. is to find a sustainable, mutually acceptable, mutually face-saving for Iran and the Gulf countries, for Iran and the U.S., I believe we should think about a deal on nuclear, a deal between Iran and GCC, all 8 countries around Persian Gulf, or permanent peace, security, stability in the Persian Gulf, and a comprehensive deal between Iran and the U.S. to end 47 years of hostilities. And I believe there is a solution for all 3.
If I could add,
please.
There are many comments, and you've quoted some of them, that have been made over the course of the last 5 weeks. Some of them can be taken seriously as a genuine indicator of strategy. On the U.S. part, I can't speak for Israeli interlocutors. Others of those should be seen as what they are, pure rhetoric, just as death to Israel, death to the United States, as the continuing chant from the Iranian government. We can reflect on those comments as well. The fact is, though, that can a continued military campaign, should its shift to civilian infrastructure, generate anything other than a further escalation against Iran's neighbors, the countries in the Gulf, as well as further targeting of Israel? That is what has happened in the past. There are very few examples with a regime such as Iran's, which is a security regime, cheerfully for its own people to stay in power. It would undoubtedly murder its citizens again if it felt it necessary. Why is it believed that attacking civil infrastructure would bring about an existential policy change on the Iranian government, which has the grip on the strait, as well as the risk it can impose on its neighbors, firmly in its hands?
Do you want to respond to that, Mr. Mousavian? Or Professor, do you want to jump in on that? I mean, are we looking here at an escalation, or is this rhetoric?
Let's take it at face value.
Okay, go ahead, Professor. You go ahead.
Sorry, Ambassador. Let's take this at face value. Even if this were to become an escalation, I agree with the assessment that we just heard. Hitting civilian infrastructure will not change the calculus of the regime in Iran, and it will only cause reactions and damage in this part of the Gulf where I'm sitting. I'm sitting in Kuwait City today. We've sustained in the last 24 hours 62 distinct attacks from Iran and its militias in Iraq as well. And that does not bode well for neighborly relations. And I would add to the list of Ambassador Mousavian concerning the issues that should be on the table. I mean, to begin with, the Strait of Hormuz shouldn't have been an issue. And if seeing it from the Iranian side, they're latching on into any tool that can bring and exert pressure on the neighborhood and the global economies, and that's what they're doing. But that sets a very bad precedent, not only in the Strait of Hormuz, and we've seen that precedent, unfortunately, next door in Bab al-Mandab with the Houthis in Yemen, but that could also open, different possibilities across different waterways. Freedom of navigation should be respected, period. And no one should be held hostage when it comes to their economic lifelines, whether it is within the Gulf region or those other countries that are reliant on the resources that are coming out from the Gulf. So that shouldn't be an issue. And that should be laid on the table. And the Gulf states have been working very diligently at the UN level to come out with a security resolution that deals with that issue to avoid it becoming a precedent within the Hormuz Strait. Now, if you look at other issues concerning the nuclear, I agree with the ambassador, that needs to be clearly settled. And we need to have safeguards on civil nuclear power plants. And that's what they had in Iran in the Bushehr nuclear reactor, where there were Russian scientists. It was under the supervision of the IAEA. And I mention it today because those scientists have evacuated. There has been bombings very close to that site. And Bushehr, just to give you a small example of how interconnected we are, whether we like it or not, Bushehr is closer to Kuwait City than it is to Tehran. So any radiation leaks will impact communities beyond Iran. And that's why we need to have that bird's eye view when looking at these developments. And speaking of nuclear, we should not ignore the nuclear state status that Israel has. That has to come into the conversation as well, because we've been aiming for a free area of weapons of mass destruction, a WMD free area. So that conversation should include not only Iran, but also Israel and any other country that wants to go into that track. Also, we've been sustaining, unfortunately, over 5 weeks of attacks from Iran because of their conflated view of us being satellite states to the Americans using our air bases. We can go into that conversation. It's been exhausted for weeks, but I don't want to go there. But what I want to say is we look at attacks in a very expansive manner. When there is continuous interference in our internal affairs, when we uncover sleeper cells, when we see militias operating in our spaces to undermine our sovereignty, that doesn't bode well. And that's the lesson that Iran hopefully picks up in the day after, because we are now looking at closing this war, but we need to also permanently come to an agreement amongst us, the 8 countries in the Gulf and beyond, on how we want to work with one another. And trying to meddle into each other's affairs is not a good recipe for that.
Ambassador Mousavian, do you want to respond? And then I'll move us on to our next section.
We need to have a distinction. I would say 80% of Iranians, they are not satisfied with the governing system in Iran. Economic situation, poverty, corruption, too many issues. But when Iran is attacked, Iranians, they would be united to defend their countries. Therefore, we need to understand this is 2 different issues. This is number 1. Number 2, Iran was attacked. War was not Iranian choice. The US and Israelis, they decided this was a US choice. 3, on nuclear, once we had a nuclear deal, was the most comprehensive agreement during the history of non-proliferation, fully intact. Iran was in full compliance. And there was no issue about the nature of Iranian nuclear program. IAEA was in full supervision, full control, and suddenly President Trump withdrew and killed the deal. We need to understand where is the source of the problem.
And where do you think that is?
No, first of all, it was the US deciding to kill the deal and to impose the maximum sanctions, pressures, when Iran was in full compliance with the most comprehensive agreement during the history of non-proliferation, which practically initiated by President Obama. The second, Iran was in diplomacy track, gave whatever Witkoff wanted, because in 2025, Witkoff, Trump, they came and publicly, they said the criteria is transparency. Yes. And Iran gave everything they wanted on transparency issue. The moment they agreed on all the transparency issues, the US attacked. And the third time, they wanted more. Iran accepted zero stockpile. Zero stockpile, this was something Iran never accepted. Iran accepted 5 years of suspension of enrichment. Iran even accepted to give every access to the IAEA for full supervision. Therefore, the US again left the negotiation table and attacked. And now, after the war, as of now, we have 30,000 Iranians either killed or injured by US and Israel. 30,000 Iranians.
Indeed.
We have over 100,000 residential homes destroyed. We have about 200 historical monuments damaged or destroyed. I mean, schools, hospitals, only one incident, 170 girls, 6, 7 years, they were killed. Therefore, the killing of innocent civilians started by Israel and the US.
It does put it puts it in a difficult negotiating position. I'm just going to interrupt you there. I apologise. I'm going to move us on because we are restricted on time, and we do have a couple of topics that we still need to get through. So I'm just going to move us on to looking at how this negotiation could play out, because despite many countries across the broader region actively working as mediators, there's been almost zero progress that we can see for a diplomatic end to the conflict. Iran has rejected a US ceasefire proposal and instead sent back 10 clauses of its own. They include a permanent end to the war, not a ceasefire, an end to regional conflicts, the lifting of sanctions and a commitment to reconstruction. US negotiators are demanding the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and an end to Iran's nuclear and ballistic programs. In his latest press conference, President Trump has just acknowledged that it was a significant proposal from Iran, but he said it wasn't good enough. Ambassador Satterfield, are we seeing both sides being too maximalist here? I mean, they say that conflict is never really won or lost or resolved on the battlefield. It's at the negotiating table. Who needs to compromise here?
Well, I think you're seeing two different phenomena, each reinforcing the other. The president is frustrated, angry that assumptions made at the initiation of this campaign, and by the way, the decision to launch this war was not Israel's. It was made by the President of the United States. Israeli views certainly contributed to this, but so did his own impulses and desire to follow up on what he undoubtedly viewed as the quick successes of last June's campaign, the 3-hour strike campaign, which ended the conflict for the moment, and then the Maduro extraction from Venezuela. This is a very different situation indeed and could have been predicted. The president is frustrated. The Iranian position is that they're winning. They're in a position of strength, whatever the civilian casualties may be, whatever the infrastructure losses may be, or whatever the loss of revenue now and in the future. Should there be further action undertaken with respect to Iranian hydrocarbon facilities, they will endure it. And in an asymmetrical war, survival means winning. The other side must win absolutely, or it loses. Are the Iranian demands maximalist? Yes, they are. Absolutely they are. They're unacceptable, not just from a U.S. standpoint, but from an international law standpoint. The Strait of Hormuz does not belong to either Iran or Oman. It is an international passage. But the Iranians feel emboldened that they are surviving this at a cost, but surviving. And the president is frustrated because the regime will not bend to this will. But further escalation, specifically against infrastructure, is on a historical basis most unlikely to produce the resolutions sought here.
Professor El-Saif, what do you think? I mean, President Trump said when this whole conflict started, 4 to 6 weeks, that's all we need. It's going to be precise. It's going to be overwhelming. Well, we're into week 6 now. Do you think we are at an inflection point? Is this escalation or an end? And which way do you think the coin is flipping?
Look, it's easy to start a war, but it's hard to end it because of the specific nature of this war being the asymmetric warfare that was referred to earlier. And you need to keep in mind various factors. The two sides are maximalists, but that's what you do in negotiations. And I think the two sides know that they're doing that, and each is presenting his own options, but that's what the mediators are there for. And that's where we need to come up with something that's more creative to find an off-ramp for both sides. The notion of the regime disappearing out of Iran is certainly not going to happen at this stage. And as Ambassador Mousavian mentioned, there is disgruntling within Iran, over 80%, according to him. And you'll see things happening post-war. And that's where we need to focus on getting something through. The Strait of Hormuz, again, is an international waterway. It should not even be part of the discussion, and it shouldn't be allowed to be used as a toll box for people to punch in their money and to come through. This is where we're not going to go back to the 18th, 17th century piracy that you see in international waters. We've gone way beyond this. And I think the American side has something to offer concerning the frozen assets. Probably they may not get reparations in that technical sense. And speaking of which, I mean, even the Gulf states would require reparations for all the damage that we've been caused across our facilities in the past 5 weeks as well. And the same goes with the other countries that were impacted. So I think there are ways and tools that you can trim and shape expectations as we move along. But to go into further bombings is going into uncharted territory, and it's not going to serve anyone in this conflict.
Ambassador Mousavian, what do you think? Is this a case of both sides making maximalist demands, but Iran being maximalist, all they need to do is survive? The US needs to win.
Iranian reaction about Hormuz happened after the Second War. Hormuz was open, no problem, for 47 years after revolution. And since Iranians, they really felt this is existential war for them, then they have decided to go to expanding the conflict. However, if there is going to be a sustainable deal, first of all, the most important issue between Iran and the US is neither nuclear or human right or democracy and so. It's about the regional issues. Iran and the US, they should agree on one major principle, that both they respect the other side regional interest to end regional conflicts as a principle. Second is about Iran and GCC. They have 47 years of difficult situations. And the best solution is to have a new security and cooperation structure in the Persian Gulf, where 8 countries, they would cooperate, maintaining the security, stability of the Persian Gulf, nuclear weapon-free zone in the Persian Gulf, arms control arrangement, either nuclear or WMD free zone in the Persian Gulf, conventional arms arrangement in the Persian Gulf, security of maritime, and even Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz, legally, internationally, is in the water territory of Iran and Oman. I mean, although this is international waterway, but legally, internationally, it is in water territory of Iran and Oman. In 1974, Iran and Oman signed agreement that any arrangement should be agreed between Iran and Oman. This is during Shah. This is 1974. That's why Iran and Oman has started. Nevertheless, I personally believe that this should be seen, any arrangement within the regional cooperation system, which I am talking, in the Persian Gulf, because this is part of Persian Gulf.
Okay, I'm just going to pause you there for a moment. Ambassador Satterfield, what do you make of that?
Let me go back to the fundamental point. The ambassador said there needs to be an agreement on Iran's position, its policies in the region. Well, we could not agree more strongly on that point. It is Iran's continued support for the most radical groups engaged in terrorizing on behalf of Iranian hegemonistic, to use their phrase, arrogance in the region, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, that are a critical part of all we are discussing today. Iran needs to decide. Does it wish to be a movement or a nation? Right now, the regime bases its own legitimacy upon the support for the most radical groups interfering with the sovereignty of their neighbors. Hezbollah in Lebanon could not be clearer in the events over the past 2 weeks, acts as an arm of Iran, not as a Lebanese political entity. This has to come to an end. Is that easy to do? No, it's not. But let's be very clear here. The Iranian record in the region is a horrific one over the course of the last years since the 79 revolution. It is why the region fears Iran's hegemonistic bent. It is why the current escalation is as damaging as it is. Iran was a potential threat to the region, to the Gulf before. Now it is a realized, actual threat. And again, we come back to the Strait. It has shown that despite all that has been done militarily to Iran, it retains the ability to keep the Strait closed. This situation has to come to an end.
There could be some in the region, though, Ambassador Satterfield, who could argue that same point about the US and Israel.
I think, to be realistic, the number of people in the region right now who see Iran and its proxies as the primary threat exceed those by far that see that threat coming from Israel. That part of the world, or the world's policy, has made a radical change over the course of the past decade.
Ambassador, every poll shows 80% of Muslims in the region, in Muslim countries, they see the United States and Israel as the first threat. Every polls by Arab countries, not Iranians. First.
Explain that to people in Lebanon or Kuwait.
I need you to take you back a little bit to history. When in 1980 Iran was invaded by Saddam. That time, there was no access of resistance. Iran didn't have any missile. Iran didn't have any nuclear program. No nuclear, no missile, no access of resistance. Saddam invaded. US supported invasion of Iran. Arab countries, they supported invasion of Iran. Europe supported. Soviet Union supported. US, Europe provided material technology for Saddam to use weapons of mass destruction, killing 100,000 Iranians. It was in a time which there was no nuclear, no missile, no access of resistance, Ambassador.
Mm-hmm.
No,
this was the foundation. This was, Ambassador, the foundation of broad hostilities in the region.
Okay.
Otherwise,
all right, Ambassador Satterfield, your response, and then Professor, I'm going to come to you.
There were some other small events that took place during that time. There was, for example, the seizure of the American embassy and the keeping as hostages of Americans for the 400-plus days that endured. There was the constant rhetoric of hate and vile coming out of the Iranian revolutionary regime directed at the U.S. and Israel, and quite frankly, the threats projected to the Gulf. I do not defend for one moment the Iraqi invasion of Iran. That was a horrific, horrific combat, and innocents died on both sides. For a dictatorship in Iraq against a dictatorship, that's what it is, and remains, in Iran. But let's not forget Iran's hostility, the xenophobia that was projected from the moment of the revolution's triumph, really has not abated. Now, that doesn't mean you can't negotiate. It doesn't mean you can't come to agreements. You can. But you have to be very much aware of the backdrop on all sides here.
Mm-hmm. Professor, you wanted to jump in there before. What's your take?
Yeah, look, it wouldn't be a useful exercise to rank who's more threatening to the region, Iran or Israel, because both have exhibited disturbing tendencies to the countries in the region. And it depends on at what era and decade that you can, reference who comes before the other. And concerning Iran's hegemonic tendencies, those go prior to the revolution as well. I mean, we've seen the occupation of the islands from the UAE. We've seen the claims on Bahrain as well upon Bahrain's independence. And this was even before the Islamic Revolution. So there is a pattern there that needs to look inwards and try to modify itself if the regional exercise, which I also believe in, by the way, the regional way of operating with one another, but we need to come to terms with one another on the basis of how we see each other. And that's not there. I mean, we abide by the rules-based international order from the Gulf states. And that's how we try to perform matters forward. Now, if you want to build something that involves all the countries, you need to also respect the sovereignty of these states. And that will come with different defense partnerships. And we've seen the same thing from the Iranian side. They also have their own defense partnerships. So to try to clothe a regional formula, which is needed, but with the tools of intervening in other countries' decisions and choices, is not going to bode well. And that's been the source of action. And obviously, the non-ending interference. We've uncovered 3 Hezbollah sleeper cells in the last 2 weeks in Kuwait alone. And there is a whole history that I can trace to different countries with that behavior. We haven't reciprocated in that way when it comes to meddling into Iranian affairs, because that's not our interests. We're building healthy, viable nations that need to survive in a global sense. That's what we aspire to. That's our compass. We don't need to dwell in the past, and we don't need to be pretty focused on interfering in other countries' affairs to score points in that sense. And also to the point of meddling that was mentioned, the regime in Iran has been built on anti-Americanism. So to them, also trying to have a deal with the Americans could be ironic, because something like the JCPOA, which was hailed as a success by Ambassador Mousavian, we've had issues with it in the Gulf. I mean, again, as you said in your own notion, we're sharing the region, the neighborhood. No one has consulted the Gulf states in it. Yet we bear the consequences. And that's why any future negotiation or deal has to include all the relevant parties to ensure that there is a continuation of that deal without any disruptions moving forward.
Okay, your response there, Ambassador Mousavian.
I agree with Ambassador and Professor, the fact that both parties, they have their own grievances. And in order to have a real peace, we have to respect and understand the other side grievances. I never agreed with seizing the American embassy. I never supported death to America. I never agreed about the slogan like export of revolution. In my book, Iran and the US, I have detailed every grievances on the Western side against Iran and every Iranian grievances against the West. In my book about Iran and the Persian Gulf, whatever professor and ambassador said, you would see in my book much, much, much more about the grievances from GCC. Because that's why it was very difficult to publish it in Iran. However, if you're going to have a deal, this Persian Gulf should be controlled by a regional cooperation system. I mean, all countries around the Persian Gulf should join to have a task force, military, security, to maintain the security of the Persian Gulf collectively.
Okay, we're almost out of time, so I'm just going to put that to Professor Al-Saif, just because I know I've got an eye on the clock here. What do you make of that as a suggestion, given that a lot of GCC countries will have felt that their détente with Iran hasn't really served them well when they've been at the front line of a conflict that they actively tried to avoid?
Look, the devil is in the details, and any attempt to rework the security architecture around the Arabian Gulf needs to be studied carefully. The GCC offered in 2024 a vision for regional security, and we haven't seen any reaction from Iran on that. And prior to that, they offered the Hormuz Initiative, which was Iran-centric as well. We need to come to terms with one another. And certainly what has happened in the last 5 weeks has shattered a lot of hope in building the relationship with Iran. And we need to work even harder to reassemble some of that, because it's no secret that the Gulf states have worked very hard to avoid this war. Yet they were rewarded with daily attacks on their civilian infrastructures in the past 5 weeks, because it's probably easier targets for Iran, or it's premeditated, and that's an issue. They need to focus on who their main culprit is, and it's Iran, it's Israel and the US. It's not the Gulf states. And
no,
I like the forward thinking for the ambassador.
President Trump during past 5 days has said 5 times that 5 countries in the Persian Gulf, they have been partner and cooperating with Israel and the US in war against Iran. And never any of those 5 countries in GCC have denied what President Trump said. He publicly said Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Oman have been partner of Israel and US attacking Iran. And never has been denied.
Ambassador, you're using the words of a US president that we started this whole episode by mocking his tweets and inflammatory statements. It's not a voice to be trusted. You know that better than me. And we are engaged in defense.
Why you did not deny?
Well, and officially, through official channels, though, none of those countries continue to say that they are in a defensive posture, not an offensive posture. So we just need to...
We're defending ourselves, and the US and other countries from different parts of the world are helping us defend ourselves, and that's where they have been coming in handy. And had it not been for those defense partnerships, those decades-long partnerships, we wouldn't be able to withstand this aggression that's coming from Iran. So there is something to that, but I advise you to listen
Iran
carefully.
Invaded, and the US used all bases in your countries attacking Iran, Professor. Why you do not accept the reality? The US attacked Iran from all bases in 5 countries.
There has been a lot of media reporting on this issue, and I went through it. All the photos that have been used, or images or references, don't have any very specific recourse to it. We are more sane to not allow this to happen, because we know we would be engulfed. And that's why you have an armada out there in the Arab Sea trying to do that on their own. It doesn't help us to be part of the belligerent camp, because we also see the day after this war. And and Iran is not going to go anywhere. We need to deal with it. So it's not a position that the Gulf states are supporting for sure.
Geography is destiny, and it is going to have to be something, as you all say, that in the future is going to need to be worked out. But what that future looks like seems uncertain. We're out of time, so unfortunately, gentlemen, we will have to leave it there. Sayed Hussein Mousavian, former Iranian diplomat and one-time senior nuclear negotiator, and Professor Badr El-Saif, Professor of History at Kuwait University. Thank you for being on Counterpoints. And we our former guest had to leave. He had another commitment, but we also thank former Ambassador David Satterfield, US Ambassador to Lebanon and Turkey, for his contribution. To all of you, thanks for your input here on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube and follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to this special interview on Al Arabiya English. I'm Duha Zuhairi, and I am joined by the EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Kaya Kallas. Welcome to our studios in Riyadh. To start, what is the objective of this visit to Saudi Arabia and the region during such a sensitive time?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and it is important to be here as this is really the center of this war that is going on. I mean, Saudi Arabia has been also attacked by Iran, so we are discussing how we can, de-escalate, how we can bring peace and stability to the region, and what the European Union can do. Where is the cooperation points?
What is the European Union capable of doing? But first, I want to ask about the ceasefire announced just hours ago. Did the EU play any role in reaching this agreement? And if it collapses, does the European Union have a contingency plan?
Well, we have been in close contact with our regional partners, and just this morning I spoke to the Deputy Prime Minister of Pakistan, Ishaq Dar, who has been also mediating this ceasefire. I think it's very important that we have ceasefire and the parties actually sit down and negotiate. And of course, we are trying to help as much as possible. At the same time, we are also looking at how we can increase our defense spending and how we can actually cooperate in this regard, because we have in Ukraine a lot of knowledge regarding the drone interceptors. This is a new type of warfare, and we need to be prepared.
We are now in the second month of this war. To what extent has this conflict shown that Europe's approach toward Iran was not appropriate at this time? And how much has it revealed Iran's true intentions and level of aggression towards its neighbors, while Europe remained neutral?
Well, no, I don't agree with you at all, because we haven't been appeasing Iran. Actually, the opposite. We have been putting a lot of sanctions on Iran because these are the tools that we have in our hands. We have also designated the Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist organization. We have done a lot on our side. Of course, we also were part of the JCPOA previously. But I think, in order to have any kind of agreement, we need to also address the issues that we have been raising all the time, not only the nuclear issue, but also the ballistic missile issue, the issue of them supporting Russia in Ukraine war, and also their hybrid and cyber attacks against European countries and the detention of European citizens. So it is much more than the nuclear issue, and we have been always really pointing at this.
Sanctions are in place and continue to expand. But hasn't this war raised serious questions about their effectiveness in changing Iran's behavior?
Well, it's not entirely true, actually. If you look at the protests that were in Iran, they were because of the economic hardship that Iran is going through. So actually also, coming from within the society, not being happy with the regime. The regime changes always happen when the people are not happy. It's never happening from the outside. Of course, we have to do everything that Iran would not pose a threat to its neighbors anymore, and I think this point of negotiations is a good starting point.
Iran remains a serious threat to the region, and we saw that just last night, even 1 hour after the ceasefire was announced, the region was targeted. Why do you still have confidence in sanctions?
Well, this is clear that we have, threats here. Iran is posing a threat here. Russia is posing a threat in Europe. And these are very much interlinked. We see them also cooperating when it comes to, sharing intelligence, but also sharing information on the drones, how to best attack the neighboring countries. So that's why it's very important that we actually cooperate and stand up to these actors together.
Even with the designation of the IRGC as a terrorist organization, isn't that largely symbolic, with no effectiveness, no impact on the situation at all?
No, it's not true. I mean, if we look at the European Union, we have the tools in our hands which are economic tools. That's why, we are also using the tools that we are as economic power. If all the neighboring countries here would also have the same sanctions on Iran, then, it would be a different approach because then it would have a different effect. It's clear that some of the neighboring countries are also helping Iran to circumvent the sanctions, and now you're also paying the price.
You are one of the most affected by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. What did you do when Iran shut it down? And what will you do now so Iran doesn't impose fees or pressure? You know that any agreement with Iran will require you to provide concessions from your end. What are these concessions that you're willing to pay?
Well, regarding the Strait of Hormuz, the ones who are most affected are the Asians. I mean, 85% of the LNG that goes via the Strait of Hormuz goes to Asia, so they are extremely worried. Where European share is not that big, but it's clear that the food, the fertilizers that also go to Africa via the Strait of Hormuz will have an impact also on Europe. So we are very much interconnected, and that's why we have been always advocating that there has to be a freedom of navigation. Strait of Hormuz has to be open because it is also necessary for the global stability. What we have done and what we have Operation Aspides and Atalanta in the region. And they are now, Aspides is guarding the Red Sea trade route for the Houthi attacks. Of course, we can also discuss to strengthen this operation. And the question has been also that we can be the ones who are, escorting the ships after the cessation of hostilities. And that is also what has been asked from us.
When you talk about what you plan to do on behalf of the European Union, is the EU even unified in its decisions? Do you share the same goals and the same red lines, or does Operation Aspides, for example, reflect a lack of collective will? You said there is no appetite to change or expand the Aspides operation. Then you move towards a coalition. Isn't that further evidence of divisions within the EU?
No, regarding Operation Aspides, the question was on the table whether we are extending the mandate also to the Strait of Hormuz right now when the war is going on. And the member states did not want to do that. And at the same time, it's clear that even if there's cessation of hostilities, then this freedom of navigation needs to be guarded anyhow. So, like I said, the Red Sea, but also from the south of Muscat line, where the mandate is. But of course, we are willing to also look into what more can we do in this regard. The coalitions of the willing, they can be also really additional to the operations that we already have. So I don't see the conflict there. I rather see that if it is easier and faster to move with the coalition of the willing, okay, fine, let's start with that, but then we can build on that also the operations that we already have.
You said Trump doesn't like the European Union and wants to see Europe divided. But isn't Europe already divided?
Well, it's clear that we are 27 democracies, and 27 democracies have 27 different domestic opinions, and that's why in democracy it takes time, the discussions. But we have come to decisions. It is clear that our adversaries will like to see us divided, and why? Because then we are weaker. If we are united, we are strong. But of course, it is never easy. I don't deny that.
I want to wrap up with the Gulf. You said during the Gulf Cooperation Council European Union meeting on March 5th that Gulf security is a pillar of global stability, as also stated in the meeting's official statement. But why does Europe, at this moment of testing, not seem to be rising to the level of the threat at hand?
Well, we clearly have our own worries in Europe. If you look at Russia's war against Ukraine, that has been going on for 4 years already. But when we had the meeting with the Gulf countries, I think we have been there for the Gulf countries in this war. I mean, we have different member states who are providing air defense. We have Ukraine that has provided the knowledge of drone interceptors to really take down the drones. So there is a lot of cooperation points, and I really feel that we can be there for there together for each other so that we have stability in both of our regions.
EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Kaya Kallas, thank you for joining Al Arabiya English.
Shukran.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Negotiating teams from the US and Iran could return to Pakistan later this week as the US blockade on the Strait of Hormuz continues. Israeli and Lebanese envoys meet for US-mediated talks in Washington. And a DoorDash delivery to the Oval Office. Trump promotes the US tax policy with the help of an Arkansas resident. Negotiating teams from the US and Iran could return to Pakistan later this week, according to some reports, citing Pakistani and Iranian officials. It comes as at least 4 ships linked with Iran crossed the Strait of Hormuz today as the US blockade on the waterway continues. Meanwhile, China's foreign ministry has called the blockade dangerous and irresponsible. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent Sarah Firth, who is in Washington, and also Michael Jabri-Pickett, Managing Director of This Is Dubai, who is in Dubai. Sarah and Michael, great to both have you on the show with me. So, Sarah, I think there's a lot of questions happening at the moment when it comes to this US blockade. There's a double blockade happening at the moment. But how successful has the US mission been so far? Because there's conflicting reports out there.
There are. I mean, Leigh Ann, for those watching, this is how the blockade is working in practice. The US has said the blockade applies to any and all ships that are coming in or out of Iranian ports. So it's not a complete blockade of the strait. Those are the conditions that it's set. Of course, easier to enforce than it sounds. And I can actually bring you a breaking news flying right now. In just the last minute, we've had a statement from CENTCOM. They say an F-35 stealth fighter jet is prepared for flight aboard USS Tripoli as the amphibious assault ship sails in the Arabian Sea. Tripoli, the boat, and its 3,500 sailors and embarked Marines are executing the mission to blockade ships entering and departing Iranian ports. The blockade is being enforced impartially against vessels of all nations. So that has come from CENTCOM in just the last couple of minutes. I think, look, it really underscores the difficulty of enforcement here. They're making a strong statement, and the message is being received loud and clear globally. J.D. Vance, the vice president, said two can play that game in response to Iran effectively sealing off the Strait of Hormuz with their mining of the waterway and their threats at ships that were crossing, and now America announcing its own blockade. But look, when it comes to actually shutting the strait, these ships are going to have to be deciding which ships to track, block, whether they are going to be warning them, whether they have to actually enforce and stop boats that might be in violation. And that is what's harder than it sounds. So they're going to be tracking them, warning them, diverting them, potentially boarding them. And what military analysts here in Washington are saying is that that for Washington is something that will be very difficult to enforce and sustain in the long term. And it doesn't come without risk. And I just wanted to highlight the man who is overseeing this mission, Admiral Brad Cooper. Now, he knows the region very well. He knows these waters. He's served in Afghanistan. He's served in waters off Bahrain. He knows the waters well. He knows the risks very well. He knows what this type of operation entails. And it doesn't come with insignificant risk, of course, to those soldiers and Marines and sailors that are on board those vessels that the CENTCOM statement just mentioned there. It is their lives that will be put at risk if enforcing has to be put into action. And this is a man who will be very, very aware of that. The Wall Street Journal has dubbed him the warrior diplomat. That's in part, I think, a nod to his ability to have built strong relations throughout the region. He has said in the past that when it comes to shipping lanes, international shipping lanes are an international problem. So he is the man, the commander of CENTCOM, heading up this operation. He is someone who is clearly within military circles, deeply trusted, knows the region well. And again, just underscoring the risks that will be facing those sailors, soldiers and Marines on board those ships that are in the region now to try and enforce this blockade.
Yes, indeed, Sarah. And also a little bit earlier on today, CENTCOM also said more than 10,000 US sailors, Marines and airmen, along with over a dozen warships and dozens of aircrafts, are executing the mission to blockade ships entering and departing Iranian ports. So once again, highlighting the force has in the Strait of Hormuz. But Michael, on a more positive note, when we look at what's happening, we're hearing that the US and Iran may actually resume talks again, possibly this week. Donald Trump did speak to the New York Times. He said something could happen over the next 2 days. But this is positive mood music when it comes to negotiation.
It is positive, and I think it's also something that we all could have expected. Of course, as you said, Donald Trump was quoted as saying something could be happening in the next couple of days. Pakistan, we know, is actively trying to broker round two after the first 21-hour marathon session produced nothing. And Iran has also signaled that it's interested in continuing to have dialogue. Plus, we can imagine that the GCC states are working behind the scenes to make sure that everybody is coming together as they should. And I also want to make a point that in 2015, when the JCPOA was finally done, it took 20 months. So while J.D. Vance came out of the 21-hour session last week saying that there was no deal, I can't imagine that anybody is honestly thinking that something was going to come out of just that. 20 months, 11 years ago, 21 hours today, it's just not going to happen, especially when you consider that on two previous occasions when the Iranians and the U.S. have been at the negotiating table, you know, the Iranians have been bombed. So there's going to be some trepidation on the part of the Iranians, and rightly so. I would also want to make the point that the president is very much interested in getting a win, at least something that he can go on social media to declare that this is the best and the biggest and the most successful win that the U.S. has ever had. And that's only going to come through negotiations. Because if the Iranians don't buy into whatever deal we end up with, then the Iranians can continue to threaten to send drones or missiles towards the Gulf. So the Iranians have to be on board. That's only going to happen through negotiations. And the other thing that Donald Trump is going to have to worry about is that it's now been 6 weeks or so, and oil prices are going to take a little bit of time to come back down. We've got the midterms coming up in November, and the Republicans are absolutely going to get slaughtered, certainly in the House, maybe in the Senate, if Donald Trump is not able to wrap this up and bring the price of oil down.
And I think it's quite interesting because I was speaking to a Republican yesterday, Errol Moorcout, and I think Republicans are resigned to the fact that they're probably going to lose the House in the midterms, and those gas prices at the pump are rising, and I'm sure Sarah could reflect on that being in Washington. But we also know, Sarah, one other thing is Donald Trump likes a quick win, like he got in Venezuela, and he's not really getting that in the negotiations when it comes to Iran, because they are seasoned negotiators. And like Michael just mentioned there, 20 months to get that Obama deal that President Trump likes to call it.
Yes, and look, there is real criticism here in some circles in the United States, particularly from Democrats, that even if they get a deal now, right, is it going to be that much different or better than the deal that President Trump ripped up in his first term that President Obama had brokered? So there is a huge amount riding on these talks. You know, they've been described as make or break. It's true that they were historic just to get the two sides in the same room. That hasn't happened since the 1979 Islamic Revolution, that you've had such high-level US figures, such as the Vice President J.D. Vance, and Iranian figures around the negotiating table, trying to negotiate in good faith. Look, some of these issues, though, enriched uranium, pursual of a nuclear weapon, those are the sticking points, we've been told, of that first meeting. And with a meeting possibly slated for as early as Thursday, it's being reported, there is a lot of questioning around this timeline. So there are unverified at this point, but there are reports that some of the issues discussed were around the timeline of this enrichment program for Iran. So Iran wanting to agree to maybe a 5-year pause, the United States looking more like a 20-year pause. So there's commentators saying that, look, maybe if you can get somewhere between those two figures, you might have a deal on the table. But remember, again, President Trump at the start of this, he laid out some of those objectives, and that was that Iran could never have a nuclear weapon. But again, where we still are, he also said, you know, for 4 to 6 weeks. Well, we're here past that original assessment that he'd given. The Strait of Hormuz is not just effectively blockaded by Iran. It's now got a double blockade, if you like, with the US countering with its own blockade. Iran still has enriched uranium, and there still is no negotiation and peace agreement. So these things, you know, I've listened to negotiators who were part of the deal drawn up under the Obama administration. They say that some of those technical details took them the best part of a year to come up with. So the idea that it was going to be fixed in a day or even a few days, you know, is frankly, by a lot of people who understand the complexities of these issues, sort of wishful thinking. However, I do think that here in Washington, like you said, Leigh Ann, President Trump, he wants that quick win. Vice President J.D. Vance needs, frankly, that quick win. So I think if they could get a framework in place whereby there is a pause in the fighting that continues, because in theory, remember that ceasefire is in place until April 22nd, 21st, 22nd, I think. So the ceasefire is still in practice in place. If they can extend that, keep the guns silent, then I think short term at least, that will be considered progress.
Yes, indeed. And enrichment of uranium has always been a main sticking point with Iran. Iran said they never wanted a nuclear weapon. They were enriching uranium for civilian purposes. So we'll see if those talks resume again in the next couple of days, if that can be ironed out. But stay right there as we now move on to another story. Israeli and Lebanese envoys have been in Washington for talks mediated by the U.S. Lebanon, Israel, and the U.S. previously issued conflicting statements about what the talks would actually cover. A spokesperson for Israel has said it would not discuss a ceasefire during the talks, which will focus on disarming Hezbollah and establishing peaceful relations between Israel and Lebanon. Michael, so these talks have actually wrapped up in Washington, and we've been getting some breaking news lines out, actually, as more and more people come and speak after these talks happened. The mood music is really positive. Historic discussions between Israel and Lebanon have ended in Washington. Israel's ambassador described a victory for peace and said they are working on a complete peace treaty, though the U.S. warned of complexities ahead. But it appears that both sides are on the same page, Israel and Lebanon, when it comes to defeating Hezbollah.
This seems to be finally something that's bringing, if we could believe it, Israel and Lebanon together. I mean, this is the first time they've had negotiations since 1993. So you're talking about 33 years. So it's a massive step. I also think that it's a show of support, more so for the Lebanese, to have Marco Rubio in the room, because he wants to make sure that a deal is done. Now, this is one of the trickier negotiating process that's going to be going on, because we have to have the Lebanese talking to the Israelis with the U.S. there. But the wild card in all of this, of course, is Hezbollah. And Hezbollah, leadership from Hezbollah has already said that they will not be honoring or abiding by any agreements that come out of these talks. But what's really nice about these talks is that they're actually happening. And I think at this point, what we are hoping for is that there will be kind of a framework that both sides can agree to, so that they can move forward to have more in-depth talks. We have to understand that Lebanon is politically weak and they're divided, but Hezbollah has lost a lot of the popular support amongst the Lebanese. And they're bothered that Hezbollah entered into this fight by shooting rockets over the border into Israel after Israel and the U.S. started bombing Iran. Most Lebanese would like Hezbollah to stay out of this fight. And it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to be able to navigate everything, as Hezbollah remains the wild card. They're not at the negotiating table. Lebanon and Israel, with the help of the U.S., I think will be able to find some common ground. But if you're not going to have Hezbollah and their concerns raised, then I think it becomes a bigger issue that will have to be sorted out through the Iran-U.S. conversations.
And it's really interesting, Sarah, because as Michael said, Hezbollah was calling for these talks to be scrapped. They didn't want to have them. They're clearly not in the room, but the shadow of Hezbollah is definitely in the room. And we must remember that Hezbollah is, of course, an Iranian proxy. And right now we've been talking about the US and Iran possibly holding those second round of ceasefire talks in the next couple of days. What kind of say do you think Hezbollah will have in this? Because we must remember something. Lebanon has been trying to disarm Hezbollah, but it's been unsuccessful in this mission time and time again.
Yes, but that meeting, Leanne, between Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the ambassadors and the negotiators for the Lebanese and the Israeli side has had a positive, it seems, outcome from the statements that we're getting. So I want to just first take you through the State Department, the joint statement after that meeting. They have congratulated the two countries on what they call a historic milestone. and they've said that the State of Israel expressed its support for disarming all non-state terror groups and dismantling all terror infrastructure in Lebanon, expressed its commitment to working with the government of Lebanon to achieve that goal, to ensure security for the people of both countries. And Leigh Ann, if you look at the statement from the Israeli ambassador, he said that this time the Lebanese, he felt, expressed a strong desire this time truly to dismantle Hezbollah's weapons. So all sides have agreed to launch direct negotiations brokered by the United States at what they've called a mutually agreed time and venue. But that is some very positive noises coming out on the back of that meeting.
Yeah, absolutely. Positive noises, as you said, and also a positive win for the US as they have been conducting these talks between Israel and Lebanon in Washington. Of course, Marco Rubio heading that up. But as the fog of war continues, we must remember that 2,100 people have lost their lives in Lebanon since those Israeli strikes on the country began. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. When the Chinese leader Xi Jinping warned the international order is crumbling into disarray as he met with Spain's Prime Minister. Pedro Sanchez is in China to strengthen Madrid's economic ties with Beijing. President Xi also met with Abu Dhabi Crown Prince Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed on a busy day of diplomacy in the Chinese capital. Sarah, I feel like there's a lot going on, isn't there? We have this deluge of diplomacy right now. Let's just put it that way. But two important meetings there for Xi Jinping today. Do you think this is a sign that China is stepping back from doing business with America, or will all be forgiven? But I feel like we're always asking this question, are China and the US breaking up? But it never really seems to happen.
It's complicated.
It is complicated. You know, it's that, what's your relationship status? Complicated.
Well, I like the deluge of diplomacy. I'm going to be using that in the future.
All yours.
But look, I think China is, in some respects, using this moment, meeting this moment as a way to capitalize, if you like, on the complexity, on the chaos in the region, on America getting embroiled in this conflict in Iran. It's sending a signal clearly with the meetings that it is open for business, it's stable, it has other options than America. I think if you look at analysts of the relationship between the two countries ahead of this meeting, there is the sense that, look, in reality, China and America, they're too entangled when it comes to economics to really in a serious way break apart. But I think in this moment, China, with the criticism of what's happening around the Strait of Hormuz, quite strong language ahead of that meeting in Beijing, I think they are trying to send the message globally, internationally, they're the grown-up in the room this time, not America.
It's absolutely fascinating when we have a look at the dynamics of China and Russia when it comes to the US and Iran. I'm sure we could do a whole show on that. But Michael, we've also seen a Chinese tanker traveling through the US blockade when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. There's lots of obviously questions about this. CENTCOM is denying it. We've heard reports from various news outlets. Is China openly defying Donald Trump? Because China also came out today, and I thought these words were quite interesting. China has threatened countermeasures if the US goes ahead with the tariff hikes on China, which Beijing says follow false media reports claiming it provided military support to Iran. So we are getting tougher language from Beijing.
Yes, we are. And in answer to your question, are they defying the U.S.? They are, but I don't think that they're necessarily challenging the U.S., certainly not militarily. So we have to remember that China buys 80% of Iranian oil. And we've had the Chinese defense minister who has come out and said, we have trade and energy agreements with Iran, and we're going to conduct business. And that's very much what they're doing right now. They are conducting business. But we have to also make note that if China was interested in starting a military confrontation with the U.S., I think it would be not in the Strait of Hormuz. It might somehow involve Taiwan, for instance. I don't think China is thinking that they want to, as Sarah said, they don't want to take any of the bad PR away from Donald Trump because he can have all of it. They are, as Sarah said, acting like the adults in the room. And they are going about the business that they need to consistently be conducting so that they're bringing the oil back into their country. And I think this is one of the points that the U.S. is also recognizing, well, it's China, maybe reading between the lines, maybe also understanding that there are conversations taking place behind the scenes. But there's no way that the Chinese are going to use this moment to create a military incident in the Strait of Hormuz when there are so many other issues that still need to be resolved between the U.S. and Iran. It doesn't do China any good to get in the middle of that.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating, the dynamics when it comes to China. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And Sharon Simmons has become an overnight sensation after delivering 2 bags of McDonald's food to the Oval Office, receiving a $100 tip from President Donald Trump in the process. Her introduction to the world's media was to promote President Trump's tax policy, which gives big rebates to Americans who earn gratuities. Take a listen to how it all played out.
The reason for this is the fact that I heard you picked up an extra $11,000 that you didn't think it, because the tax bill was so big. The refund was the biggest you've ever had. Is that a correct statement?
It definitely was.
Well,
yeah, I saved over $11,000 by not having to claim.
Was that surprising to you, actually?
It was very surprising.
A great big beautiful bill. And that doesn't include overtime in your case. This is only just based on what we did in terms of every other aspect of the tax bill, right?
Yes, sir.
Isn't that incredible? So the no tax on tips is something special, right?
It's very special.
And that's one that really pertains to you more than anything else.
Yes, sir. Yes.
It's fantastic. It's such an honor to meet you. And I think you voted for me, do you think?
Maybe.
Yeah?
Sarah, I love that. I think you voted for me. Maybe. How do I get out of that one? But you, of course, are in Washington, D.C. I mean, how did this go down with reporters in Washington, D.C.? Because I'm going to tell you something. It took everyone by complete surprise. And we know Donald Trump loves the Golden Arches. We know he loves McDonald's. But what a moment. What a moment.
What a moment. I mean, poor Sharon Simmons being put on the spot like that, trying to just do her DoorDash delivery. But like you said, Leigh Ann, look, President Trump, he is a master of these moments on camera. This was around promoting his tax breaks around tips. And she's been described here in America now as a DoorDash grandma. I'm not sure how she feels about that. I also think, when I saw the story, that the $100 tip, I'm not sure whether that's as generous. I suppose it would depend on the amount of the order of McDonald's that he got. But I'd be interested to know what everyone thinks about that. But look, I think it's been described by communications expert as a dead cat on the table. I know British communications PR people have spoken about that in the past, where when you have these big criticisms and big issues flaring up, you have another moment that completely distracts everyone. And I feel like that is slightly what happened, because we were all very caught off guard by this slightly unusual moment. I think no one more caught off guard than poor Sharon Simmons, who is now known as DoorDash grandma, being asked if she voted for. And she was very diplomatic about it, I have to say.
And I find it absolutely fascinating because I just want to make it clear that Donald Trump claimed this wasn't a PR stunt. He didn't know that Sharon was riding with the McDonald's. So Donald Trump is denying that it was orchestrated. But I think we might know the reality is a little bit different. But Donald Trump, there we are. At least he got his McDonald's. It might be a bit cold because she is from Arkansas, which is a little bit far away from Washington. But maybe they have a microwave. Who knows? Michael, let's talk about President Donald Trump, because he also referenced the controversial Jesus Christ image that he posted, then deleted on Truth Social. Let's listen to what he said quickly.
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it. And I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better. And I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
Oh, Michael. I mean, Donald Trump, he loves a bit of AI, and we've got to give him credit. I'll say that he's not part of the youth, but he likes his AI, so maybe he was meant to be a doctor, and it just went horribly wrong in ChatGPT.
So he does love his AI slop. And of course, we can remember during one of the early No Kings protests where he was a fighter pilot dropping excrement. That, of course, was brought to you by AI. What I also find interesting in that whole exchange is he didn't explain why he took it down. He just said that I was supposed to be a doctor. Now, I don't know too many doctors that have, sunlight beams coming out of the palms of their hands. It was 100% meant to be Jesus. And he took it down because he received an awful lot of backlash from his base. And it's when he receives the backlash from the key individuals, and Riley Gaines was someone in particular who spoke out about it. It was reminiscent of the post back in February of this year when Donald Trump posted some video where former President Obama and his wife Michelle were portrayed as apes. And again, in that particular case, the outrage was so great that he had to take it down. Usually, when he kind of did it a little bit here, where he doubles down a little bit when he gets the criticism. And what I think his base, this is another example, where they have to understand Donald Trump, is that you have to support Donald Trump 100% in everything. Just because you agree with him on, say, foreign policy or domestic policy, that's not enough. When he goes on social media, you have to agree with him there. When he goes out on stage and he's dancing to YMCA, you have to agree with all of that. And this is where I think it's an indication that he is insecure because he doesn't feel enough love unless you're constantly in his corner. And I think that this example where he had to take something down, I always think it surprises him that there is such strong feelings, especially about religion, he doesn't fully comprehend. And I think we can go back to Easter Sunday when he had one of his more outrageous posts on social media where he swore and he said other inappropriate things that you wouldn't expect a U.S. president to say. And a lot of people, part of his base, were rather upset, partly because it was on Easter Sunday. And these are the issues where it would almost be to his benefit if his PR team could somehow take his phone or his tablet away from him, whatever he uses to post on social media. I think it would make their lives much easier.
So, Michael, that actually brings me to a little quiz that I wanted to do with you and Sarah, because on Sunday night was the night that President Donald Trump put up that AI post, which he says he was a doctor, but many people thought it was him depicting himself as Jesus. On that night, Sunday night, it was the 44th day of the Iran war. How many times do you think Donald Trump posted on social media between 9 p.m. and 4 a.m.?
Oh, that is
Sarah.
A great quiz question. Well,
You
first of all, Michael, you say that taking his phone away would do him some favors. It would do the journalists here in Washington, D.C. some huge favors. I can't remember the last time we had an uninterrupted weekend. I'm going to go, Leigh Ann, with 50.
50, okay. So between 9 and 4 a.m. What are you going to go with, Michael?
No, I'm going to go something a little bit more reasonable. I'm going to go less than 10.
13 times he posted up between 9 p.m. and 4 a.m. That's President Donald Trump. And I think a lot of people are saying part of that deluge was of this AI post of him depicting himself as Jesus. But I think a lot of people are saying, when does President Donald Trump sleep? Because he obviously gets on planes, he travels around the country, gets back, appears to have a little snooze at about 2 a.m. and then wakes up and starts on Truth Social again. And it is exhausting. And maybe something just went a bit wrong. I don't know.
I think there is something to that. You know, the other issue, and we've talked about this before, is he's going to be 80 years old in June. And an 80-year-old man, an 80-year-old person, who's not getting an awful lot of sleep, who is constantly having to be on, and also under an awful lot of stress, you know that that's going to wear on the healthiest of people. So why would it not also have, you know, an effect on Donald Trump, and maybe he's going to make the occasional bad decision?
But Donald Trump will claim he's the healthiest person alive, according to his medical records. But Sarah and Michael, stay right there, because it's that time of the show where Sarah and Michael have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Sarah, yours is so lovely because it's about the Artemis astronaut, Christina. She was given this really, really special welcome home when she landed back on Earth. Tell us a little bit more about it.
Yes, I don't know if we have the video for you guys. I will try and get through this without getting emotional, but it was video of her after this historic mission around the moon. You can see there, that is her dog, Sadie, welcoming her back home after that mission around the moon. Just absolutely overjoyed at seeing her friend and owner, Christina, returning home safe and sound. Christina, for her part, said, I'm still pretty sure I was the happiest side of this reunion. Sadie taught me everything I needed to know about being an emotional support animal. I didn't expect it to come in handy. I mean, you know, it's such a beautiful video. You know, Leigh Ann, you have dogs. It makes me think of my late golden retriever, Harvey, because there's just nothing like being greeted when you've been away on a trip or come home at the end of the day to being greeted with that kind of love and enthusiasm that you see Sadie giving Christina there. It's a really, really beautiful moment. And, you know, Christina, speaking about that historic mission around the moon, she'd spoken about the vastness of space and the planet, you know, planet Earth being sort of there on its own. And she'd said something like, you know, planet Earth, we're a crew. And it really spoke to the moment. It was very emotive. And then I think just seeing that video again of her dog, Sadie, being just so overjoyed and full of love that she came home, and, you know, it's just such a beautiful moment. It reminds you that, you know, space exploration, this historic mission around the moon, all incredible, but it's these moments of love and tenderness, I think, that, you know, are really what home is all about.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure everyone watching this who has a dog will know, and I always think this, no matter how bad my day's been on the outside world, as soon as I open that door and these two little things are happy to see me, it just gives you a different perspective, and it changes your day, and it shifts your mood, and it makes you realise, actually, don't sweat the small stuff, Michael.
So I don't know that I 100% agree with that, but it's no surprise that you and I have yet a different understanding about how to relax. We seem to disagree on so many other issues.
It's okay.
But I would say, I'm sorry?
It's okay to disagree. We're still friends.
Yes,
Let's
absolutely.
get viewers to send in some dog reunion videos. I think we need more of this in our lives, and we can convert Michael over to it, because you have to have a heart of stone, Michael, and I know that you do not, to not find that video lovely. So can we get that? If anyone's got some beautiful dog reunion videos, let's see them.
Yes, send them to Sarah's WhatsApp or Twitter.
And then, of course, you also have to make sure that you add in the beautiful music that's going to make, the tears come.
Oh, well, let's talk about yours, because yours is also animal related, but it's about, I hope I said it right, Fatua, the world's oldest, is that right? Gorilla.
Yes.
Maybe a little bit grumpy like you, I'm not sure.
Fatua, definitely grumpy. And I know this because she's 69. Yesterday, they celebrated her birthday, and they leave her alone in the enclosure because she doesn't necessarily interact well with others, which relates very well to me most of the time. So Fatua is the world's oldest gorilla that is living in captivity. And it was her birthday yesterday, and she lives in the Berlin Zoo. What I really like about this story is that she arrived in the Berlin Zoo 2 years before the Berlin Wall was built. Now, so the story goes, according to the Associated Press, she's a Western lowland gorilla from Africa. She was, of course, picked up by a French sailor, brought back, and then she was used as a barter to pay for a bar tab in Marseille. And the person who then owned Fatua brought it somehow, some way along the way to the Berlin Zoo, where she arrived when she was about 2 years old in 1959, and she's been there ever since. And like many 69-year-olds, she suffers from a bit of arthritis and a little bit of hearing loss as well.
She's absolutely gorgeous, and I love the fact that she is so chuffed with her present there. We can see her nibbling away at her basket of goodies that she got for her 69th birthday. I always wonder if she could talk, what she would have seen change through the generations, because surely all those years ago, I'm sure not everyone was filming her with a mobile phone. But thank you so much to our guest, correspondent Sarah Firth, who joined us all the way from Washington, and also, of course, managing director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, who's in Dubai. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T will be coming up next. Thank you and goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on the programme today, Lebanon's health ministry says more than 200 people were killed in Wednesday's Israeli airstrikes. The UN calls the toll appalling. We ask, why isn't Lebanon included in a US-Iran ceasefire deal? And with Lebanon left out, Iran is threatening to scrap the ceasefire. We look ahead to the upcoming US-Iran peace talks in Pakistan and ask, what hope do they offer? Plus, we examine the growing use of religious rhetoric in the United States and its political discourse. All of that to come today. Hello and welcome to the programme. It has been 2 days since the Iran war ceasefire. Well, Iran, the US and Israel have agreed to stop attacking each other, but in Lebanon there has been an uptick in violence. Well, excluded from the truce, Lebanon's civil population is still bearing the brunt of the war. Well, fresh Israeli strikes have killed at least 7 people. This just the day after more than 200 people were killed in attacks across the country, including in the capital, Beirut. Well, Lebanon's Prime Minister has declared today a national day of mourning. Well, the ongoing violence is now raising serious questions about the effectiveness of the 2-week ceasefire between Washington and Tehran. Well, let's bring into the conversation Michel Hello, who is the Secretary General of the Lebanese political party, the National Bloc. He joins us from Beirut. Always a pleasure talking to you, Mr. Hello. Thank you for your time. I'd just like to start by asking you what the situation is there in Beirut today.
The situation is quite terrible. Yesterday, we lived one of the worst days Beirut has ever gone through in the last decades. We're talking about across the country, more than 200 people killed, a lot of civilians among them, hundreds of buildings and other targets destroyed by Israel. It was a very, very, very hard day. It was a day of mayhem, of havoc across the city specifically. And it's the first time in the last week specifically that Beirut is targeted that heavily. And on top of that, the problem is that we're also lost because no one knows, not even the government, neither even Hezbollah, which is fighting, no one knows whether we are actually included or not in that ceasefire. Just the people, us, we do know that we're not because we're getting bombed, but the reality is that there is a huge sense of, being just abandoned by everyone, obviously by Hezbollah that is fighting Iran's war against Israel, but also by our government in front of this Israeli brutality.
Yeah, I mean, Iran is, however, threatening to scrap the ceasefire deal precisely for this reason, that Lebanon has not been included in it. And I'm wondering whether that's something that Hezbollah will then use to show the Lebanese people that, in fact, they will claim to be more humane and more reasonable than anyone else. I mean, can they spin quite a lot of what's been happening to their advantage, do you think?
That's what they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to portray. I don't think it's going to happen because very basically Hezbollah is Iran's tool and not the opposite. So, what happened is very clear. Iran has signed on a ceasefire with the U.S. while Israel is still bombing Lebanon. So we're clearly not in this ceasefire. And I don't see, until now, we haven't seen Iran being able to impose a ceasefire on Lebanon. More than that, it's pretty clear that, when Iran goes to war, it takes Hezbollah with them. So Lebanon gets destroyed. But when it signs peace, Lebanon is forgotten on the side, is abandoned. So we stay as an arena for foreign conflicts. And we've gone through this for the last 3 years. So I think things are pretty clear when it comes to the relationship between Iran that gives the orders and Hezbollah that executes. Hezbollah is the first line of defense for Iran, and Iran is ready to sacrifice Hezbollah and Lebanon for its own interests.
How much would you say Israel has managed to weaken Hezbollah during the course of the last 4 weeks, Michel?
Militarily, it has definitely weakened Hezbollah a lot. We're talking about more than 1,000 Hezbollah fighters killed. A lot of their also ammunition stocks and their stocks of rocket launchers and others that were destroyed. And unfortunately, Israel is advancing on our land, and they've gone through already, the first line of villages, and they're getting through to, a couple of kilometers, close to 7-8 kilometers north of our southern border. But this is also a disaster because Israel is ready to destroy anything on its way to crush Hezbollah. So we've lost dozens of villages in the south. Those villages are being blown entirely. It's not as if just there was a bit of fighting. It's literally they're going and they're blowing houses one by one. They're also destroying bridges and other civilian infrastructure. So the price that we as Lebanese pay for Iran and Israel's war is absolutely disastrous.
Yeah, and more than 1 million people have been displaced as a result of what you've just been talking about, as well as hundreds of people killed. Does that represent an opportunity, do you think, for Hezbollah to perhaps recruit new members who might be, you know, some of those 1 million people who are profoundly aggrieved at having been driven away from their homes?
It's a very good point that you make here, and this is definitely what Hezbollah tries to do. They always try to show that, you know, we are a resistance movement. But I think that a lot of people, you know, no matter how abhorrent Israel's behavior in Lebanon is, and no matter how much people are disgusted by Israel, I think that people realize that between 2000 and 2023, there was, and even 2024, there was not a single square meter of Lebanese land that was occupied by Israel. And this is the period that Hezbollah has used to grow its arsenal, to open a war in 2006, to do an internal coup against our government, 2008, to assassinate nearly an entire political class, and to go wage a war in Syria in support of Bashar al-Assad's government on the orders of Iran. So it's become pretty clear that Hezbollah is not a resistance movement. Hezbollah is a militia of mercenaries at the orders of Iran. Unfortunately, there's a lot of Lebanese members, and nearly all members are Lebanese. But the reality is that the financing, the funding, the political orders, the ideology, all of that is Iranian and not Lebanese. So today we're really, you know, between a rock and a hard place, between Israel's behavior, the violations of human rights, the war crimes, the bombings, the destruction, the rhetoric, which is also extremely scary and disgusting. And on the other hand, what Hezbollah has done to our country, and the immense volume of destruction it has waged also on the country, transforming it into an arena for war, for Iran's wars in the region. So I think that a lot of Lebanese, you know, are really aware of this, and a large majority of the Lebanese supported the government's decision in disarming Hezbollah. And a couple of months ago, when surveys were conducted, we talked about approximately 80% of the Lebanese supporting disarming Hezbollah.
Right. And we spoke yesterday to Tracy Shamoun, who I'm sure you're familiar with. And she said, you know, the average Lebanese person is completely fed up with Hezbollah, but they're also completely fed up with Israel. So as you say, I mean, you know, the Lebanese are stuck in the middle of that. One new dimension here, and just thinking about the evacuation orders that have been issued by Israel in the south of the country and in other areas, the displacement of that 1.1 million people we were talking about earlier. I mean, that's clearly changed the demographic of towns and villages across Lebanon. And I'm wondering whether these now Israeli strikes on non-traditional Hezbollah strongholds has resulted in sectarian tensions in the country. Have you seen that at all?
Definitely, there's an important risk of sectarian tensions, and we've seen these tensions grow over the years. If you take the 2006 war, the amount of the hospitality of other communities towards the displaced communities, most of them Shia Lebanese, but not only, hospitality was absolutely impressive. It was still extremely high in 2024, despite the fact that it was the second war, despite the fact that Hezbollah had lost a lot of its popularity. Today, people are still behaving with a lot of maturity, honestly, and I think it's pretty impressive to see that in Lebanon, with all the cultural diversity that we have, with all the political differences that we have in that country. But definitely there are more tensions, and there's a lot of risks that these tensions end up, you know, transforming and shifting into potentially civil strife at some point if the government doesn't do its job. And here I think we get to the most important point, which is that we are still to see our government, our state, taking action. We need to see the intelligence showing and finding Hezbollah and Iranian fighters in Lebanon and arresting them. We need to see our army being deployed in the streets of Beirut and the streets of Dahieh, Beirut's southern suburbs. We need to see our judiciary playing its role. We need to have to feel that there is a state, you know. If you're not at the table of negotiations, well, you're going to be on the menu. And this is exactly what we're going for.
Right.
Because our state is not present, because we're not at the table of the negotiations because we don't have proper sovereignty, well, we are being crushed by both Israel and Hezbollah.
But Mr. Hello, people that I've put that question to, and I've posed similar questions to Lebanese politicians and said, where is the state? Where is the army? Why aren't you taking matters into your own hands? Why aren't you rounding up Hezbollah members and dealing with them? They tell me that would simply trigger a civil war in the country. I mean, are they being unduly alarmist, would you say?
Tom. The only people threatening with civil war are Hezbollah, because Hezbollah has been used to equating peace, civil peace in Lebanon, to basically them maintaining their weapons. So every time we tell Hezbollah, look, you might need to hand in your weapons to the state. We don't want to make any problems, but we cannot build a state next to a militia that is stronger and better funded and and extremely dangerous in our country. So you will have to give your weapons in. Every time we say that, Hezbollah threatens with a civil war. The reality is that when a state actually takes action to reduce the influence and disarm a militia, this is not called a civil war. This is applying the law. This is implementing the decisions of the Council of Ministers. And you know what? Even if that would have cost us maybe a couple of hundreds of casualties in fighting between the army and Hezbollah, even that, which is the worst scenario, if we had done our job last year, if the government had done its job last year, it would have still been much better than the scenario we're going through currently. We're talking about close to 2,000 people killed, thousands of people injured. We're talking about dozens of villages razed to the ground. What are we talking about? This is much, much, much worse than any confrontation between the army and Hezbollah. So when Hezbollah tells you the risk is a risk of civil war, it is actually himself threatening the government and the other Lebanese of that civil war. And I believe we need to stop being afraid of Hezbollah and stop believing their threats.
Okay, and just lastly, I want to ask you about Israel's presence in the south of Lebanon, south of the Litani River, where we've been talking about how they've forced people to leave their homes. They've razed entire towns and villages to rubble. Does it look to you like Israel is poised for a land grab? And do you think they're going to try to hold on to that, what I think is about 10% of Lebanese territory, and perhaps never leave it?
Unfortunately, it's a risk. It is an important risk. All the more so because the Israeli government has gone further and further and further to the right. We have fanatics in government today with people like Smotrich and Ben Gvir. So there's this permanent messianic rhetoric, those threats of grabbing South Lebanon, saying that Litani River in Lebanon should be their northern border, etc. So there is a risk. However, in the last war, Israel did withdraw from the majority of the land that it had occupied during the 3-month war in 2024. It only kept 5 points at the border. So effectively, had we been able to implement the ceasefire agreement in 2024, which meant Israel stopping its attacks and withdrawing, but also Lebanon disarming Hezbollah, maybe we would have been able to avoid this. Today, with the current government, with the pressure that we have with the absence of our government, well, the risk of Israeli occupation is higher and higher and higher. And I think this is a huge danger for us. So we need to be extremely firm. We need to reclaim our sovereignty in order to be able to launch a strong diplomatic initiative to reclaim our credibility. We need to be credible towards the US, towards the international community, so they can help us pressure Israel and have them withdraw from our land.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Thank you very much. Michel Hello, the Secretary General of the Lebanese political party, the National Bloc. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
We're joined now by Khalil Helou, who is a retired general from the Lebanese army. He joins us now from Beirut. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, General Helou. I gather that today, or in the last 24 hours, 4 Lebanese army soldiers have been killed in Israeli strikes. I'd just like to ask you, what is the latest on the situation where you are there in the capital?
Yes, well, regarding the Lebanese armed forces, they are not participating in any combat mission. Initially, their mission was to implement the United Nations Resolution 1701, and as they are deployed in hot areas, we are having martyrs and victims in the ranks. Now, regarding what Israel did yesterday in Beirut and in several other areas, more than 55 targets have been hit, and a lot of people have been killed. But if I can allow myself to analyze what happened exactly. Now, usually during the 5 weeks of combat, Israelis were warning the citizens to leave the areas they intend to strike. And it happened half an hour ago in Beirut southern suburbs. They asked the population to leave some areas. And when they were targeting Hezbollah operatives, they were not warning, of course, but they were targeting them in cars or on roads and even in apartments or houses. And when these Hezbollah operatives were hit, and if it happens that civilians were around, these civilians were falling also. And this is exactly what happened yesterday. Yesterday, it was a huge Israeli operation. They bombed regardless of citizens. We had 205 people who have been killed, 33 who are missing, and 1,100 who are hurt, who are wounded, and a lot of them are still in hospital. So this is exaggerated. This is criminal. Yeah, when civilians are not spared in these strikes, regardless of the objective, knowing that the Lebanese, not all the Lebanese approve Hezbollah. All of them do not approve Hezbollah, and Hezbollah operatives left the areas where they have popular support, and they are disseminated within areas where they are not welcome. And unfortunately, when they are hit in these areas, the people who are falling are majorly non-Hezbollah supporters. And this is totally unacceptable, and it is really a crime. So what happened yesterday is if we can compare to what happened during the 2 past years, I don't know if if you remember the pagers operation, where pagers have been booby-trapped, and Hezbollah were carrying these pagers, and these pagers exploded, and they had 3,000 people who have been wounded, seriously wounded. This operation of yesterday is it resembles a lot what happened with the pagers, but this time with civilian casualties, and it was a very hard strike. So, so this is what happened, and unfortunately, the Lebanese government missed the opportunities during the past year. We had the opportunity to deploy our army efficiently in several areas in Lebanon in order to gather to have the weapons of Hezbollah in order to implement the 1701 resolution of the United Nations Security Council. But it didn't happen because of political divisions, because of the presence of Hezbollah ministers within the government. We have 2 Hezbollah ministers within the government, and all this time was lost, and now we have a very dramatic situation.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you what you read into the timing of this escalation. I mean, why do you think Israel decided to escalate on the very day that the ceasefire between Iran, Israel, and the United States took effect?
Well, I think that once the ceasefire was implemented between Iran and Israel, Israel now is more busy with Lebanon, is focused on Lebanon, more focused on Lebanon. They were striking Iran at 1,000 kilometers away, Their air force was very busy there, but when they stopped their war on Iran, they turned toward Lebanon. I think this is one of the factors. But I think also it was, let's say, a serious warning to Hezbollah in order to stop firing on Israel. And the timing, I think, is not related to the ceasefire. It's not. It's regardless of the ceasefire. It's a technical issue, and I don't think that it is an attempt to undermine the ceasefire between Iran and the U.S. The Israelis usually they comply with U.S. Desires or U.S. demands.
There was hope that Lebanon was going to be covered by the ceasefire, but clearly it isn't. And now Iran is threatening to walk away from the ceasefire deal on the grounds that Lebanon is not included. How does that sit with the Lebanese public? Because some might say that makes Hezbollah look more humane and more reasonable than the United States or Israel.
Well, the Lebanese public is very concerned about what's going on, and the Lebanese public, of course, desires a ceasefire in order to be relieved from all these pressures. But the Lebanese public was also concerned once the war with Iran will stop, or when there will be a ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel. Anyway, our public was concerned because we know that when there will be a ceasefire between Hezbollah and Israel, Hezbollah will turn inward. And they were threatening to undermine the government and even to topple the government. They were clearly sending signs and warnings, and even their politicians and their leaders were talking about toppling the government. They were saying, once this war will finish, we will topple the government and we will replace it by a government that is favorable to Hezbollah. So in all cases, Lebanon was not in a desirable situation, let's say.
Does it look to you like Hezbollah has managed to regroup, rearm, gain strength since the ceasefire was signed in 2024? And if so, how have they done that?
Well, sir, I don't think that Hezbollah rearmed. But we have to remember the first ceasefire that occurred in 2006. So for 17 years before 2023, Hezbollah was arming on a daily basis through Damascus airport, Aleppo airport, through Syrian territory. And you know that the former Syrian regime was allied to Iran, and Syria was a land bridge between Iran and Lebanon. So Iran armed hugely Hezbollah with weapons, and Hezbollah knew, and they followed a tactic that was very smart. They know that when there is an Israeli operation in Lebanon, the air superiority is to Israel, so they cannot maneuver on the ground openly. So what they did, they dug these tunnels in all the villages in South Lebanon, and even in the Bekaa and in the southern suburbs of Beirut, and they stockpiled huge weaponry that allows them to forget about, let's say, logistic lines. Israel never struck one car of weapons or ammunition for Hezbollah for the past 2 years. So from where these weapons came, they were stockpiled in the tunnels for years on a daily basis, and in concealed trucks and concealed cars. And let's say it was a huge work, patiently and let's say quietly, with very organized skills. In every village in South Lebanon, Hezbollah had a group of fighters that were locals. They didn't even need to have, let's say, other units coming from Beirut or from Baalbek or from the Bekaa in order to support them during the past 2 years. So these weapons were there, and no new weapons arrived to Lebanon since 2023. And you know better than me that The Syrian border with Lebanon was scrutinized by the Israeli Air Force, and they were bombing every suspect convoy coming to Lebanon. And when the Syrian regime fell in December 2024, it was impossible for Iran to use Syria as a land bridge. Maybe some smuggling occurred through the border, but this smuggling was non-significant compared to what they received as heavy missiles during all these years.
General Hello, just lastly, I mean, we spoke to Tracy Shamoun, who I'm sure you're familiar with there in Lebanon. We spoke to her yesterday, and she seemed to be suggesting that this conflict is somehow giving Hezbollah a new lease of life. This in a number of ways, not least because the effect of killing innocent Lebanese civilians on the part of the Israelis is somehow legitimizing Hezbollah. Would you agree with that assessment?
Well, yes and no, because I am watching the reactions today toward what happened yesterday in Beirut. The population of Beirut is very upset and is accusing Hezbollah of using the civilian population as human shields. But the supporters of Hezbollah are having totally opposed, let's say, positionings. They are supporting more and more Hezbollah. They are concerned if Hezbollah weakens, what's going to happen to them. So the Lebanese public is divided. And this is not new, and this is not a secret to anyone. The Lebanese public, since years ago, very long time ago, not from 2 years, but from 26 years, when Israel withdrew completely from Lebanon, the huge part of the population was asking the disarmament of Hezbollah. And all the governments that succeeded, they were controlled by the Syrians at that time, the former Syrian regime, and nothing happened. On the contrary, Hezbollah was enforced and supported by the Syrian regime and so on. So the public opinion in Lebanon is vertically divided. The pro-Hezbollah are more and more supportive to Hezbollah, and the others who want the sovereignty of the state, who want to implement the state of law in Lebanon, they want the disarmament of Hezbollah now in order for the Lebanese government to negotiate with Israel and negotiate with the whole world on a strong basis. And this strong basis could not see the light if the sovereignty of the state is not implemented. You know that there are areas in Lebanon, like the southern suburbs, like the northern Bekaa, that are out of control of the state, and they are controlled by Hezbollah. And unfortunately, Hezbollah continues to act as if they are the sole decision makers. They decide war and peace when they want without consulting anyone.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Khalil Helloud, retired general from the Lebanese army. Thank you for your time, sir.
Welcome.
Well, the Iran war is increasingly being framed in religious terms, with some of President Donald Trump's supporters, particularly evangelicals, casting it as a battle between good and evil. Well, in recent days, President Trump has repeatedly used Christian language, calling the rescue, for example, of a downed U.S. airman an Easter miracle, and even suggesting that U.S.-Israeli strikes have God's blessing. Well, while some are embracing religious rhetoric linking scripture to the modern state of Israel, critics say the administration is using it to justify the war. Well, faith leaders have called President Trump's actions unchristian, with Pope Leo himself condemning the president's remarks, notably his comments about eradicating the entire Iranian civilization. Well, to discuss this further, we're joined now by Pastor Mark Burns, who is President Trump's spiritual advisor, who joins us now from South Carolina. Welcome back to the programme, Pastor Burns. We're also joined by Sir Gerald Howarth, the former UK Defence Minister, who joins us from Suffolk in the United Kingdom. A very warm welcome back to both of you. Let me start by asking you, Pastor Burns. President Trump says, quote, "Religion is back. It's hotter than ever." Do you agree that there's been a kind of spiritual revival in the United States?
Well, absolutely. I mean, President Trump, regardless of his personal life from his previous life before becoming president, is literally one of the most Christian presidents that we've ever had regarding the laws and regulations that he's created to protect Christians in America. This nation, America, was founded on Judeo-Christian principles. And so because of that, we're getting back to those principles that made us great. And that is protecting those of us who believe in the name of Jesus Christ as Messiah. And President Trump has led the way. God has anointed President Trump through the law, through the legal practices of America to protect the church and allow us to do the Great Commission in this time period.
OK, thanks for that, Pastor Burns. So, Gerald, let me turn to you. Would you agree with that? Or would you err on the side that we're looking here at the mobilization of religion for political ends?
Well, Tom, it's a bit hard to speak about the religious situation in the United States, although as a church warden and a practicing Christian here in the United Kingdom, it goes without saying that I'm delighted to hear what Pastor Burns is saying. That is indeed very encouraging, for there is a real need in the whole of Western civilization to reevaluate our understanding of the importance of the Christian faith to our values, our customs, our traditions, our institutions, our laws, everything that governs us. And I can't speak for the United States, but certainly speak for the United Kingdom, where we are having a growing Muslim population, which obviously is not in itself a problem, but there are a lot of people who have come here and do not seem happy with the fact that we are a Christian country.
Pastor Burns, I'd like to ask you about something that's created a lot of headlines in the last week or so. I expect you know Paula White-Cain. Perhaps you know her personally. Yes. She said a number of things. She said that President Trump is the greatest champion of faith in any presidency. She also compared President Trump to Jesus by saying that he was similarly betrayed and persecuted. I'd like to ask you whether you think that comparison is valid, or would you say, as some have done, that comparisons like that are actually blasphemous?
Well, you know, what is blasphemous is to try to block the Christian community from practicing our faith in public. What is blasphemy is to believe that God has created multiple genders when he's only created two genders, male and female. What is blasphemy is to allow children to cut themselves up and change their sex, even without parents' permission, like in the state of California. So the Paula White was not saying that President Trump is like Jesus, but to be honest with you, we all are like Jesus when we are followers of his commandments, to be like him. That's what Christians are, to be Christ-like. And it is true that President Trump was portrayed. It is true that all of us can see ourselves in Christ. That's what it means to have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, that we are like him, not him. There's but one true and living God, and there's one begotten Son. And it was not blasphemous at all, because we've all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God, with the exception of Jesus Christ himself, who is sinless and blameless. But it is true that we can see Jesus walked a life as a man. Even though he was God, he walked a life as a man and felt our emotions, so that when he went to the cross, he knew exactly what it felt like to be a human. God could have easily just wiped our sins away, but no, he sent his Son, Jesus, and he lived as a man for 33 years. He bled, he suffered, he cried. Even his best friend, Lazarus, died. So we can all see ourselves in Christ. We can all relate, just like Jesus was able to relate exactly to us as the creations, him being the creator, the Son of the living God. We can see ourselves in Christ. And that's what Paula was saying when she said that.
What did you think of that, Sir Gerald? Do pick up on any of the points made there by Pastor Burns. I mean, were you surprised there was a backlash when Paula White-Cain made those comments?
No, I'm not surprised, because despite what the pastor says, the fact is that to hold out any of us walking this planet today are somehow to be compared with our Lord, I think is pretty well blasphemous. We all seek to follow the ways of the teachings of the Christian faith, but we are all sinners. It is part of the human condition, and I don't think that it helps if we do try to suggest that any of us is somehow comparable to Jesus, although, as the pastor says, we all strive to be in the image of our Lord. And as we've just been celebrating the resurrection on Easter Sunday here in the village where I live last Sunday, one of my friends who served in the Royal Navy was saying that, we are all witnesses to the fact that Jesus Christ lives today in and through us. But I think that it becomes a bit dangerous when we seek to harness religion for what is going on at the moment. It is true that Iran is an Islamist theocratic nation run by a bunch of evil lunatics. That is certainly the case, and they are motivated clearly by their religion. But their religion does not justify what they have been doing. To remind your viewers, not that they really need reminding in the Gulf. People here do need reminding, but not perhaps in the Gulf. But he's a threat to his own people. He has, as we've seen, the retaliation against those who protested against the regime was brutal and evil. So he has tyrannized his own people. He is a tyranny in the Middle East by supporting financially Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. And he threatens the rest of us, or Iran threatens the rest of us, through its attempt to create a nuclear weapon. And I don't think any of us can take an assurance from any of these clerics in Tehran that they have no intention of creating a nuclear weapon. Those are the immediate issues which threaten us. And it's true that over there, they are doing it in the name of Allah. And they're trying to drive Israel into the Mediterranean Sea on the same basis. So if any of us on this side of the fence pray in aid our Christian faith, well, we shouldn't be criticized by Islamists.
Okay, Pastor Burns, do feel free to pick up on any of what's just been said there. And in particular, the context that Sir Gerald was mentioning there, there has been a war taking place, although a ceasefire is in place, although clearly not applicable to Lebanon at the moment, where they've seen horrific violence in the last 24 hours. The context of Easter and Palm Sunday. And in that context, we heard from Pope Leo on Palm Sunday saying that the war that's been taking place in this part of the world is, quote, atrocious. He also said that the name of Jesus should never be invoked to propagate a war. Do you side with the Pope on that?
Well, what is atrocious is the 47 years of tyranny by this evil regime in the name of their religion. 47 years of active terrorism sponsored by Iran and Tehran. 47 years of beheadings and assassinations and car bombings, hijackings, airplane destructions led by Iran, and their desire to have a nuclear weapon. Listen, let's just be very clear. President Trump done this with strength. Iran has come to the table because of the true threat of strength that President Trump displayed with the full might of the United States military. And again, that was only a fraction of what we offer. The president didn't unleash, as I stated erroneously, the full might. That was just a piece of what the United States has. But the purpose of that is not to wage war, but to prevent war. Again, the whole basis and the whole purpose of this was really Operation deny Iran from having a nuclear weapon. And right now we have seceded. And diplomatic talks has failed over the years. Iran was still trying to have a nuclear weapon, and that threatens, as Sir Charles said, Gerald said, that this is a threat to everyone who believes in freedom and peace. And so you got to think about the innocent people that are there in Iran. I was just at CPAC with Matt Schlapp and Mercedes Schlapp in Dallas, Texas, and Crown Prince Reza was one of the guest speakers along with myself. And the fact that there were so many Iranians that was there with the Iranian flags. I've never seen that many Iranian flags in America at the same time. But it was a little different because Iran naturally previously has been an enemy to America. So you don't see many Iranian flags, but to see all those thousands of Iranians there with their flags shouting and praising President Trump for what he has done to help bring the evil regime to their knees, because their families are still there. Their mothers, their fathers, their uncles and aunts are all still there, and they are grateful for what President Trump has done. So that's the real story that we need to be focusing on. Nobody wants war. Nobody wants to bring innocent lives to an end. But the reality is Iran regime has been the threat to Western society. So we're not at war with Iran. We're at war with that evil regime that has held its own people to gunpoint to do their will.
Pastor Burns, I must just challenge you there. Yes, the intention was to eliminate Iran's nuclear capability. I don't think you can sit there with any greater confidence than I can in suggesting that that has not been achieved. And I, having supported originally what President Trump was trying to do, I'm alarmed that he does not appear to have a very clear mission objective or a series of mission objectives. They seem to change. He is declaring victory when no such victory has been secured. And with the situation as we sit here today, you in South Carolina, me here in the United Kingdom, the situation we both face, and Tom there and his team in the Gulf, is that this tiger, Iran, has been wounded, but it has not been eliminated. And a wounded animal is a dangerous one. They will, in my view, now work hell for leather to try to build that nuclear capability, because nobody attacks a country with a nuclear capability. And Iran will now do that because the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, remains in place, albeit that the personnel have changed as a result of the successful personal attacks on leaders of that organization. But they remain in place, the regime remains in place, and they have been fortified in their attempt to disrupt the West. And look, without firing a shot, in a sense, just by keeping all those oil tankers in the Gulf, something like 2,000 tankers in the Gulf, the whole of the West is in danger of being paralyzed by virtue of the lack of oil. And we face a situation here in the United Kingdom as we speak, where Russian ships have been exploring our underwater cabling. You don't need to fire a shot, just cut all those cables and you sever our ability to conduct business, and you fail to conduct business and you paralyze an economy. We are living in very, very dangerous times, and I worry that the President of the United States may not be willing to see through a mission that he started. I also worry as to the military advice he has been receiving. Was this a well-planned operation at the outset? Did the military understand all the risks? What is the objective? Is it regime change or is it not? And if it is not regime change, what is the objective? Because so long as that evil regime remains in place, not only will they seek to develop that nuclear weapon, which has eluded them so far, but also the people of Iran will be face the tyranny that they've had to put up with for the last, as you rightly say, the last 60 years or so.
Pastor Burns, do respond to that. And then I also just want to ask you on top of that, because you've been quoted as saying that America doesn't need NATO, NATO needs America. And there are these threats being made by President Trump to pull out of NATO. I'd like to ask you about that. But by all means, do first respond to what Sir Gerald said.
Well, you know, what Sir Gerald said, I'm a little baffled because, again, a man of his stature and his experience to know that the United States of America under President Trump has essentially wiped out Iranians' ability to wage war with their military. Their Air Force is gone. Their Navy has been completely destroyed. We have taken out several of their high leaders, and now we're even told through the latest intelligence reports that their latest supreme leader is wounded, incapacitated, unable to actually do his job because he's been severely wounded. And President Trump will continue with the full might of the military, United States military, to target those evil regime leaders. Again, this is all about, number one, protecting the West and protecting and removing the threat of nuclear weapon in Iran, and number two, protecting the innocent people. 40 to 45,000 Iranians was killed in the latest protest by their regime. And so the innocent blood has already been spilled. The threat's already there. And we've already discovered that through previous negotiations and previous diplomatic actions that doesn't stop Iran. Okay. Our reports are very clear that we have the fact that Iran is coming to the table, not because they're coming in victory, they're coming under the pressure that President Trump has placed on Iran. They don't want to be bombed anymore.
Okay,
and so now they're coming back to the table.
All right, I just want to pick you up on those comments on NATO. What have you got to say? I mean, why do you think it would be perhaps a good thing if the United States walked away from NATO? Pastor Burns?
Well, I mean, just historically, just look at NATO. NATO, President Trump and the United States government, more so the United States government previously and historically, has footed the majority of the bill of NATO. If we're allies, then everyone should fit their own bill. Everyone should equally participate. But previously and historically, this has been a bill of the American taxpayers, and NATO, as even now, refused to assist the United States of America in opening the strait. When in reality, America's not going to suffer because of the oil. We are a strong oil economy here in America, thanks to President Trump. This is more so defending our friends like the UK, who will suffer, who is suffering, and others who are suffering because of the Strait of Hormuz not being opened up. And so this is President Trump leading. NATO has not done what it should have done, and that is to immediately come and support the United States of America. And so that's the purpose of NATO. But many people in America feel like that NATO is useless. And today, in this current situation, is a prime example. So America don't need NATO to do what we need to do. NATO needs America.
All right, so Gerald, I must let you respond to that, because as a former British defence minister, I wonder how comments like that sit with you.
Well, I'm afraid, Pastor Burns, all you're doing is sending a wonderful message to President Putin to encourage him to engage in further expropriation of other people's lands, because it is NATO which has kept the peace in Europe since 1945. And yes, you're absolutely right. The United States taxpayer has borne quite a proportion of the cost of NATO, but it's not the only one. It has been shared with others. In recent years, of course, there's been a demand from the public for a peace dividend, i.e. to spend less on defense as there was no perceived threat. There is now, of course, a very real threat. We're seeing it enacted on a daily basis in Ukraine, and President Putin, who seems very friendly, President Trump seems dismayingly friendly with President Putin, who is an equally evil man to those sitting and running Iran. And all that you are doing by questioning the future of NATO is to give encouragement to Putin. He made it clear in his speech in July 2021, some 9 months before he invaded the full body of Ukraine, having already annexed Crimea. He made it clear then that he intended to rebuild the Soviet Union, an objective which is shared by many Russian people, because they feel the resentment that Russia is no longer the great country that it used to be. And it certainly isn't. It ranks about 22nd in terms of economic strength. So What the president is doing is extremely dangerous. And you can't just tell your allies what to do. Come and do this, come and do that. The president is not the president of the United Kingdom or the president of France. He's president of the United States. And when you're in an alliance, you consult your allies. He did not consult his allies when it came to the withdrawal from Afghanistan. He did not consult with his allies before the invasion of Iran. And to tell us we've now got to come to his aid over Hormuz, I happen to think that we should. I think that it is in our interests to reopen that international shipping route. It is in our interest. It is in the wider interest of the free world that the safe navigation of international shipping waters is secured. And if Iran is allowed to get away with charging or holding to ransom people seeking to go about their ordinary business through the Straits of Hormuz, the precedent that will set the rest of the world is frightening.
All right, let's let Pastor Burns respond to some of that, because he made a lot of important points there, not least that comments like the ones he was making, echoing the United States president on NATO being a gift to President Putin, who you say is an evil man. But you do think that, the rest of NATO should have stepped up to the plate and helped out, but they should have been consulted. How do you respond to all of that, Pastor Burns?
Well, I 100% agree with my counterpart that Putin is an evil man. I've been to Ukraine 3 times. I'm heading back to Ukraine, and I'm 100% in agreement that Putin's goal is to take all of Ukraine, take Moldova, take the rest of Georgia, go to Poland, and then the Baltic states. I believe without a shadow of a doubt, based off of U.S. intelligence here, that he desires to reestablish the USSR, as Sir Gerald has already stated. But that's my point. NATO, even though Ukraine is not a member of NATO, Russia has completely imposed itself in Europe. One of the reasons why NATO exists, but yet NATO has done little to nothing to prevent that from happening. It's going to be the might of the United States military. President Trump is not friends with Putin, and I don't care what reports you may try to read. I know President Trump very personally. I speak to President Trump on a personal basis. The man is not a fan of Putin. He respects the might of Russia, but he is not personal friends with Vladimir Putin. President Trump is one of the wisest presidents we've ever had, and he's very cunning and smart. And having said that, he knows exactly how to maneuver around snakes like Vladimir Putin. But the reality of it is NATO, and that's what's at question, has done very little to prevent Russia from invading Ukraine, and they should. There should be so many NATO forces right now defending the sovereignty of Ukraine, and that's not happening. And so President Trump, which is not our war, it's not our war. Okay. Let me finish the statement. This was not President Trump's war, but yet everything seems to be hinged upon the United States of America. What's the purpose of NATO? That's what the American taxpayer is saying here in America. If everything is hinged upon the United States of America, we don't need NATO. NATO needs America.
All right, so Gerald, how do you respond to that?
Well, for goodness sake, Ukraine's not a member of NATO. Had Ukraine been a member, Article 5 would have been implemented under the Budapest Memorandum signed by President Clinton on behalf of the United States, by Sir John Major on behalf of the United Kingdom, and by Boris Yeltsin on behalf of Russia. It was agreed that the existing borders, the sovereignty and independence of Ukraine was to be respected. Forgive me, but America's not the only player in supporting Ukraine. We've been training Ukrainian troops since 2016, long before the full invasion took place. We supplied NLAW, anti-tank weapons, which unquestionably prevented the siege of Kyiv from succeeding. We have been doing a tremendous amount. And the fact is that today, the European members of NATO are contributing more in financial terms to the support of Ukraine than the United States.
Thank you, President Trump. Yes, absolutely. About time.
and I have friends in the Republican Party, and John Bolton is a good friend of mine, former national security advisor to President Trump. And
he's not a good friend to President Trump.
It's alarm. Well, perhaps President Trump might reinstate his security, which he removed within hours of becoming president. He took
for good reason.
My point is, why on earth did the Republicans not support the Biden $66 billion package, which might have helped to bring this war in Ukraine to an end? And it is in the interest of the United States to be involved in this, because if Putin succeeds in Ukraine, do not imagine he is going to stop there. He will then go for he will test NATO. He will test NATO's resolve. He's already put drones into Poland. He's menacing the Baltic states. And furthermore, Pastor Burns, what he will also do by this equivocation about NATO, what President Trump will also do is to embolden other tyrants around the world who will conclude that Western resolve is failing. We are, to a certain extent, all in this together, and I'm critical of our government's response to what is happening in Iran, but we are all in this together, and we do have to consult and discuss and not use the language of instant social truth and TikTok and all that sort of nonsense. We have to be grown up about this, and I'm afraid, it grieves me to say this, the president of your country has behaved in a rather puerile fashion and not fitting for the leader of the free world.
Okay, Pastor, I've got to let you respond to that. Your president, who you know well, you have a personal bond with, does not behave in a manner befitting of the office that he occupies. How would you respond?
President Trump behaves in the matter of the millions upon millions of Americans that voted him in for the third time. He's doing exactly what he ran on, and the American people who voted and won overwhelmingly, he's doing exactly what he is said for
I'm not
America.
talking about that.
This is
I'm not talking
America
about
first. This is an American first agenda, and I agree with you, and which has been my message to Republicans and Democrats. Having since I've had to open up and say I was lied to or I was wrong concerning the Ukraine war, that I've been at that point one of the voices of the leaders of supporting Ukraine. That supporting Ukraine is an America first agenda, and if we don't stop Vladimir Putin in Ukraine, then yes, he's going to take all of Ukraine and then Poland and then the Baltic states, Article 5, and then at that point we're not just sending money and weapons, we're committing more American troops.
All right.
But to suggest that Western resolve is a weakening, I mean, ask that to Venezuela, ask that to Iran, who is now begging to come to the table because President Trump has forced them to the table, and that protects you, the United Kingdom. That protects all of us who knows that Ukraine, who is the sponsor of terror for the last 47 years, we're bringing them to their knees. This is the purpose of the war.
All right, I just want to wrap up on the note that we began on, talking about spiritual matters. And it does look and sound a little bit like President Trump may be sort of having some moments of self-reflection, because he said this in the last couple of days. With regards to whether or not he thinks he'll go to heaven, he said, "I really think I probably should make it. I mean, I'm not a perfect candidate, but I did a hell of a lot of good for perfect people, that's for sure." Pastor Burns, is President Trump becoming a little bit more reflective on life, would you say, as he approaches the age of 80?
Well, let me just say this, that comment that he made, of course, the president knows exactly how to get to heaven. And that is the belief and the acceptance of our Lord, Savior, Jesus Christ. And the president has done that. He's done it 20 plus years ago with Pastor Paula White, and then he rededicated himself. One of the pastors that held his hand as he rededicated himself to the Lord Jesus Christ. But the reality of it is, when you was almost killed twice, I mean, here millimeters with the bullet actually hitting the president. He was actually wounded and shot by a bullet. And only by the hand of God, as I said to the president, protected him for such a time as this, to be the leader of the free world, to bring peace through strength. As I said to the president, we as America, prior to President Trump, have been walking in the world as a mouse, when in reality we're an elephant. And it is the strength that brings people to the table. It is the strength that creates peaceful environments. Christ. It is weakness that invites war and empowers people like Iran, powers people like Vladimir Putin to do the things that they're doing on other people. And so that's the purpose. But yes, he hears from the voice of God. He reaches for the voice of God. He believes in the Lord Jesus Christ. He is a saved man, but he is not the pastor of the United States of America. He's the president of the United States of America. He's not America's moral authority. He's a man like all of us who seeks the living God and worship the Creator instead of the creation.
I'm so sorry to say this. We've completely run out of time. Really appreciate you both taking the time to speak to us, though. Pastor Mark Burns, who joins us from South Carolina, Sir Gerald Howarth, who joined us from Suffolk in the United Kingdom. A very big thank you to you both.
God bless.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, yesterday there was hope that a deal with Iran could be reached as President Donald Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire and called Tehran's 10-point peace plan workable. But the optimism was short-lived. A warning from the president has added fresh strain to an already fragile ceasefire in the Middle East. Well, in a social media posting, he stressed that U.S. forces would remain in the region while negotiations with Iran continue, and he warned that fighting could escalate sharply if the peace process collapses. Well, we're joined now by Congressman Bob McEwen, who's a former Republican congressman for Ohio and former head of the U.S. delegation to the European Parliament. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Congressman McEwen. There are fears at the moment that the ceasefire could unravel even before the negotiations take place during the next few days. I mean, just how fragile do you think the ceasefire is looking right now?
Well, I think that people that understand the region are not overly optimistic that Iran is going to keep its word on anything. You know, the reason we appreciate democracy is because we believe that power comes from the people, that they can change their leaders. Tyrants don't feel that way. And when Saddam Hussein survived in 1991, even though his army had been completely obliterated and seemingly his country had been overthrown, because he was still in power, he considered it a victory and celebrated. I think as long as those tyrants are ruling from Tehran, that they will do anything that is in their best interest. They will not keep their word, and they will always be a threat to the region. And so that's why the change has to come from the people themselves in Iran. And we understand the complications of that because they do not have arms. And of course, they wiped out 30 to 50,000 of them just by shot them dead just a month ago. So we're at a thrust where I do not believe, and I think most people agree, that these folks are not going to go away quietly.
But it seems it's not just the Iranians who are a bit confused at the moment. Also, the Pakistanis who helped negotiate the ceasefire, they're confused as to why Lebanon is not covered by the ceasefire deal. And Pakistan, who brokered it, said that they were supposed to be covered. So where do you think the fault lies here?
Well, I think, Tom, really, in negotiations, just like in arguments with on a school ground, but you said this and I said that. And the truth of the matter is that nobody ever expected that the United States could negotiate on behalf of Israel and Lebanon. And it does show, however, that even though the Iranians have always pledged that they didn't control Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis, the fact is they're coming to the defense of Hezbollah, who is now on its final legs because Israel is going after it. The United States and Iran are on another track. And but now Iran is concerned because they see that they're surrogates. They've always hidden in the bushes and said, we haven't attacked anyone. And yet they continually created chaos. And that's why you see the Gulf states are so united in this effort with America in order to put these threats, I repeat, the Houthis, the Hezbollah, Hamas, to put them to bed so that we can have peace and stability and growth in the years ahead.
How much of a setback do you think it would be politically for President Trump and indeed for the United States if the war does resume and the peace efforts collapse?
Oh, I have not met anyone that thinks that this temporary lull is the end of the fight. No, this everyone is repositioning. The United States is resupplying, and the analysis is one more option is given to the folks, the IRGC primarily, whoever's in control in Iran at the moment. But no, this is not the end. This is merely a lull, and I don't think anyone expects differently.
But I mean, the US public hasn't really been behind this conflict. It seems to be an unpopular conflict in the United States. I'm just wondering whether you're seeing that change. Is it getting more unpopular? And if that's the case, doesn't that suggest there's more pressure on the US to draw it to a conclusion?
Well, the president is not going to stop halfway. And there isn't that much opposition in America. The fact is, we've entered a new era. And the United States of America is the first time in the history of mankind that a nation became the premier nation on earth, but didn't seek it and didn't ask for a prior to that, the British or the Spanish or the Greeks or the Romans, they knew what they had to do to get there and what they had to do to stay there. America had it thrust upon it after World War II, and it's maintained these burdens. This 4% of the population of the world called Americans. They have maintained this keeping the South China Sea, where 60 to 70% of all maritime traffic goes. The Straits of Hormuz has been guaranteed and protected as an open waterway by the Americans. And we're now 3 generations from World War II, and the Americans are saying, enough. Why doesn't somebody else help? I mean, as you saw, the Europeans wouldn't even let us fly over their country in order to defend, to capture, to get our pilots that were down. So this idea, and so the French brought 20 countries together to say maybe they should protect the Straits of Hormuz. And let me just tell you this, in America, they will rejoice at that we have never thought, never desired to rule the world or run the world. And this burden, as long as we worked cooperatively, we were willing to carry the burden greater than the rest. But since the fall of the wall, particularly in Western Europe, they began to see, well, let's just let America do all of it. Our good friends, the Canadians, who landed at D-Day in Normandy, and they had the 4th largest army in NATO when the wall came down. Now they've atrophied to the point that 20% of the military pilots in the Canadian Air Force are in their demonstration team. And so everybody has just relied more and more upon America to fix this, whether it be in the Balkans or whether it be wherever. And the idea that the United States, that the situation would be such that we wouldn't have to carry that burden again in the future will be warmly received. But in the meantime, we're going to do it responsibly. But I don't see any pulling out immediately. We're going to finish this correctly.
So it doesn't sound like you think that, there is a huge amount of reason to be optimistic that something long-lasting will be carved out in the next few days and weeks at these talks being brokered by Pakistan. Am I detecting a bit of cynicism, a bit of pessimism on your part?
I really think that's the case. These people are not defeated. They're just hanging around, and I think the United States has developed this unbelievable relationship. Tom, I think that if we were to discuss this a year ago, the idea that the Gulf states would be so united and working together with America, with Israel, with everyone together against putting a stop to the tyranny and the constant threat and upheaval that coming from Iran, we would have been startled by that. But we've seen it. And now that we're here, now it's a time to bring hope and opportunity for that great nation of Iran that for 3,500 years has just been a powerhouse. It has so much to offer. It's been under this horrible tyranny for 45 years. And I think that it's going to be resolved as cooperatively with Saudis, with the rest. And I'm very, very optimistic about the long term. But in the short run, I think that I don't see peace and prosperity as long as these radical mullahs are still in control in Tehran. I think the people of Iran are ready to see them go. I think the Gulf states are willing to see them go, and the world will be much improved when they are gone.
But they are still in place, and there don't seem to be too many signs of opposition. I mean, clearly people are frightened to take to the streets knowing what the consequences might be there. But do you think perhaps Iran has turned out to be a tougher adversary than perhaps was expected a month or so ago?
No, I really don't. No, I think we knew that this was going to be very serious. And it's important to recognize the right to bear arms. In America, it is so important. And when you see what happened in Ukraine, where everyone thought that powerful Russian army with all of its tanks and all of its armored personnel carriers, that it was just going to roll over the Ukrainians. And it would have if you balance the material. But it was the Ukrainian people with their individual arms that said, you're not coming through our town. I don't care when you're finished shelling, there comes a time you got to put one foot in front of the other. We're going to be ready for you. And that's where tyrants always know, if you can disarm the electorate, if you can disarm the people, then they can be cowed. And that's what we see, the overwhelming support that America has among the people of Iran. But the reason that the president of the United States and others have said that they should stay in their houses is because they do not have anything to defend themselves. And when they come out into the streets, those snipers just sit there and pick them off and shoot them right between the eyes, as President Trump made a reference to. And that's going to be complicated as to how they take control. But as for the difficulty of it, I don't think anybody was naive to think this would be easy. And otherwise, they wouldn't have waited nearly half a century to do it.
I think I know the answer to this question, but who do you think goes into the talks on Saturday in Islamabad looking more eager to strike a deal?
Well, the United States hates war, and they hate constantly, as they say, the Balkans and all the rest. Everybody said, why doesn't America do something? For 4 years, they sat around Ukraine and Russia, all 27 foreign ministries, the UAE foreign ministers, never one picked up a phone to talk to Putin. They always wait for the Americans to go do something. And so now that Trump is engaged in trying to end the war in Ukraine and Russia, and now the same thing here, we would like for it to end. But this is a kind of a president that isn't going to do it halfway. I don't think the folks in Tehran, the IRGC, are riding a tiger. They know that if they step off, they're going to get eaten. And so they're going to do everything possible to survive. And I think that our allies, our friends in the region understand that. We have a president that understands it. And I think that, quite frankly, though, I think we're rounding third, heading for home. We're on the final stretch. But as for who wants it the most, America would like it the most, but it's not going to sacrifice freedom for peace.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Congressman Bob McEwen, thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for a look back at some of the best interviews of the week. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Goree is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, just a few miles from the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade. Although islands and ports in other African regions were dedicated to the same purpose, Goree remains the most famous for what its small area preserved of the horrors and degradation of human dignity. One of the most famous landmarks on the island is the House of Slaves, where thousands of Africans were crammed into its dungeons over 4 centuries in preparation for shipping them by sea to America. Before export, the prominent selection was made based on weight and physical strength. Those weighing less than 60 kilograms were directed to African markets and kept as servants on the island. The curator of the House of Slaves takes visitors on a tour during visiting days and explains how the slave trade was managed over the 4 centuries.
Les Portugais avaient été les premiers Européens à prendre possession.
The Portuguese were the first Europeans to take possession of Goree Island. That was in 1444. For a very long time, this island was at the center of rivalries between European nations that fought for its occupation. The House of Slaves, where we are today, crystallizes all the memories of the slave trade. And further along, at the corner but to the left, you will see the children's cell. It had the highest mortality rate, a small cell, but with a corridor leading to the back. They were laid directly on the ground, bare-chested, packed like sardines in a can. But once inside, what is peculiar are the windows, all shaped like loopholes, wide on the inside, but narrowing as you move towards the exit. While in the very last corridor on the right and left were the guards. But guards that could have easily been dispensed with. Well, the enslaved individuals were inevitably chained together by the ankles, 2 by 2. Even in the middle of the chain, a 10.3 kilogram iron ball had been attached, to tell you that each time one of them tried to escape by jumping into the sea, he coached the second. Because of the ball, they sank and drowned. In the absence of any doctor, and especially due to the fear of epidemics, the sick were thrown into the sea. The truth is that on this small island of Goree, an island measuring 900 meters by 300 at the height of the slave trade, there were more than 20 houses like this one.
The pink building in the background is the House of Slaves and the infamous door of no return, from which, over 4 centuries, 1 million African slaves left to become the engine of production across the Atlantic. However, in reality, the House of Slaves is not one. Every house on the small island was a house for slave owners and also witnessed the horrors committed against humanity during the slave trade period on this island. A Senegalese citizen inherited from her family a house overlooking the beach. From her grandfather, who came from Guadeloupe to work as a signal operator with the slave traders. She lives today without any complex about her grandfather's past working with the whites. We accompanied her to the house that has become a reminder of the family whose members are now scattered. In European immigration,
like my great-grandfather, who was a station chief, so he worked with the whites because he spoke French, so he was the one who conveyed the message. So he was the post chief, he was the one who carried the messages. That's why we lived here during the time of slavery. So it was my grandmother who told us about him. So he explained to us what he did there. So he told us to hold our heads high because we are not slaves. Lived here, But we are not slaves, you see.
These were nations that had agreed, obviously, to undertake this slave trade. Therefore, well, the acceptance by all. I mean not the protagonists, but those who organized this trade. Was the understanding they had that was put forward. It was to consider the slaves not as human beings, but rather as objects, furniture. So there was no respect. But what should also be remembered is that most of the houses, at least concerning Goree, most of the houses were built for women. The women called Signor, Signor from Signora. Madam, these women who originally here could very well have been black. It must be admitted that they became mixed over time due to their relations with Europeans. Obviously, these women, well, they witnessed or allowed the existence of two types of slaves. There were domestic slaves who, because they were the property of the woman, were not destined to be sold and sent to the Americas. These domestic slaves, well, were the property of the woman, and because they were her property, she was able, at that time, to rent them out for public or private work, but for her own benefit.
Many visitors visited Goree Island in recognition of the horrors committed there, and as an expression of human solidarity, even for ordinary tourists and many visitors. A visit to Senegal is not complete without passing through Goree, where the tourist boats from Dakar Beach do not stop all day.
The descendants of the victims, as well as those interested in this history, which should only be considered as an integral part of the world's history. Obviously, people come from everywhere to remember what happened. There are others who come simply because, having heard about this history, they wanted to experience a bit of what the slaves went through. But also, there are undoubtedly historians who, in the course of their research, need this to know more. But it is only when this history is better known and considered by everyone as an integral part of the world's history that we can move together towards forgiveness and reconciliation.
It is one of the most prominent tourist destinations in Senegal, although it is the smallest municipality. The people of the island do not accept that this small area becomes a complex for them, in their view, and so they proudly say, it is a continent for spreading tolerance and the values of human brotherhood. Muslim imam and a Catholic priest stroll through the island's corridors. A familiar scene that does not attract the attention of the island's residents, where people of different religions and ethnicities live together in rare harmony and coexistence.
Here in Goree, harmonious relations prevail between Christians and Muslims. We hope to spread this peaceful coexistence throughout the world. God alone is the judge. And as humans we have the responsibility to spread peace. Our role is to convey the message of the Holy Quran and the hadiths of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and to condemn any acts of violence committed in the name of religion. No rational person can attack places of worship, which are places of prayer, tranquility, and contemplation.
The limits of tolerance among the residents of the island do not stop here. The former Imam of Goree, Sheikh Tidiane, was buried in the Catholic cemetery in the suburbs of Dakar, according to his will to be buried among his Christian friends.
Goree Island is a rare example of peaceful coexistence, where Muslims, Christians, and other communities live in complete harmony. Therefore, it is not surprising to see a deceased Muslim buried in a Christian cemetery.
This highlights the importance of Goree Island's history, not only in relation to the slave trade, but also to colonization. From my perspective, there was no Muslim or Christian slave trade. The trade in black people, the slave trade, was organized by individuals, as most revealed religions. In any case, the known revealed religions had prohibited the practice of slavery,
which lasted more than a century, during which the island was under French administration, to return to Senegalese sovereignty after more than 5 centuries. Our guide takes us to the most prominent landmarks of the island across the 3 eras. The era of the slave trade, the colonial era, and the stage of Senegalese national sovereignty.
One of the most iconic buildings on Goree Island is the former governor's palace from 1880. This building is currently unoccupied. However, due to its historical significance, with its courtyard and panoramic view of Dakar, it has been the venue for various community cultural events, like the Goree Diaspora Festival. So, this building is part of the colonial heritage. After the abolition of slavery, colonization took place. After gaining independence, we inherited these buildings and infrastructures. We are at the place of freedom and human dignity. Right next to it is the Historical Museum. Before it became a historical museum, it was the old Fort D'Estrée. Even before that, after the colonial administration, it was a detention center, which means a prison. The famous activist Blondin Diop was imprisoned there, and he died in those prisons. This shows that Goree's history didn't start only with the naming of European places, where we are now, which has always intrigued its visitors. And this reflects the entire island of Goree, as it's often said that in Goree, every alley, every small window, every house has its own story. Goree is a shared heritage for all. All the countries in the world have the right to have their name here in Goree, due to this classification. It is quite normal for Goree to play a role in this world. And that role should be one of reconciliation and forgiveness. Indeed, reconciliation and forgiveness should lead the way. Which is why this place now symbolizes those words, to say freedom and to say let's respect human dignity. And on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of the abolition of slavery, our Guadeloupean brothers gifted us this statue you see behind me, which symbolizes freedom. So those who are used to visiting Goree knew that this statue was previously placed before the House of Slaves. Now, for the sake of coherence, this statue, after establishing this place, the place of freedom and human dignity, it was decided to install this statue that symbolizes human freedom.
Today, the men of Goree, like all men of Senegalese coastal towns and villages, live from fishing. They ride the sea freely, with no authority over them except the law, while the women of the island work in trade, taking advantage of the tourist features to sell handicrafts and African clothing.
Now, there are many vendors and fewer tourists. So we try to manage. Now, we go to Dakar to find tourists and bring them back to the island. Every boat has variety. There are girls who come to sell on Goree Island, who come to Dakar, who come to the island Pau Grande. So with every boat, we can go see the boat to find clients and organize the places we are. So there are many men who fish, and we make wax fabrics with dyeing. There are days it works, there are days it doesn't, but we manage because we've been living with this for a long time. We work on this. With the money we earn, we pay for our children's school, we pay for retirement and water at home too. We help others, our family too.
Goree remains a tangible witness to the horrors of the slave trade era, which represented a stain of shame on the forehead of humanity, and at the same time, a proof of ability to overcome its dark past and build a future characterized by tolerance and the embodiment of its values.
The war in the Middle East is rewriting the global energy map. Strikes on Iranian and Arab Gulf energy infrastructure and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the umbilical cord of world oil supply, have already sent shockwaves through commodity markets. And the risks are far from over. Yemen's Houthis, largely on the sidelines since the conflict erupted a month ago, appear to be signaling a potential entry into the war, raising the spectre of a simultaneous closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. If that happens, the consequences for global oil flows would be even more severe. Against that backdrop, Goldman Sachs has dramatically revised its oil price projections upward for this year and into 2027, warning that this war will permanently bake a security premium into long-term crude prices. In their latest report, the bank warns that in a worst-case scenario, the world could face a persistent loss of 2 million barrels of oil a day that cannot be quickly reversed. And Goldman Sachs says that in any case, the price of a barrel of Brent crude could spike past $147, shattering the all-time record set back in 2008. To break all of this down, I'm joined now by Goldman Sachs chief oil analyst and co-head of commodity research, Dan Stuyven. Dan, welcome to the program. Dan, currently, what is your base case scenario for the duration of the war and the reopening of Hormuz? And how long will it take for the Gulf production to ramp up back to pre-war levels, given the stoppages announced and the damages sustained to some of the energy infrastructure and fields?
Yeah, so our working assumption, our base case, is that flows through the Strait, which are still down by 95% from normal levels, start a gradual recovery in mid-April and then are back at normal levels by mid-May. But the risks are skewed towards delays, and therefore we lay out alternative scenarios for both Hormuz flows and for higher prices in our risk scenarios. In our base case, flows through the Strait are back near normal levels by mid-May, and then we assume an additional month required to normalize production, upstream production in the Middle East, which would then put you sort of in a mid-June timeframe for a normalization of production. We had a few data points from some of the largest oil producers in the world, including the CEO from Saudi Aramco, who said that production could come back within days, at most weeks. We also had an official from the Kuwait Petroleum Corporation suggesting that production may take somewhat longer to come back. The risks to our base case timeline for recovering production by mid-June are skewed towards delays.
But Dan, what's your most pessimistic scenario then?
I think the most pessimistic scenario for oil supply is a scenario where flows to the strait take longer to recover, and where you could see persistent scarring to oil production potential in the region. We did review the 5 prior largest oil supply shocks in history, and it was quite remarkable that averaging across those 5 episodes, recognizing significant differences across episodes, on average, oil production 4 years after the start of the shock was still down by just over 40% in the affected country. And so the risk scenario where oil production potentially in the region, which accounts for 1/3 of global oil production, remains 2 million barrels per day lower, perhaps on the back of damage to oil infrastructure, such as, for instance, export terminals. That scenario is plausible, and it's informed by our review of historical large oil supply shocks.
Dan, do we have a figure or a number on the current deficit in the oil market currently?
Yeah, so at the moment, our estimate is that global oil markets are probably in a deficit in the tune of 13 million barrels per day or so. The math is that before this shock, the market was in a moderate surplus. We're losing about 19 million barrels per day of flows from the Strait. Talking about exports as opposed to production. Production itself is down less dramatically. But we have been impressed by the redirection through pipelines, both the East-West pipeline and also the Fujairah pipeline in the UAE. And so we're seeing flows through these pipelines being about 5 to 6 million barrels per day higher than normal. And so, that sort of gives you 19 minus 6, call it, roughly a 13 million barrels per day loss in terms of oil exports available to the market. Actual production losses are somewhat more limited as producers are storing some of the production that they can't export.
We will later come to the East-West pipeline and that Saudi turnaround over there. But first, in your recent report, Dan, you speak of a post-shock model. Will oil prices remain higher for longer? Take us through your oil price projections over the short and medium term first, and then I'll ask you about the structural changes driving those projections.
Yeah, great. So in the base case that we discussed, where flows through the Strait normalize by mid-May and production in the region normalizes by mid-June, in that base case scenario, we see Brent averaging $85 in 2026, ending the year around $80 per barrel. That is about $20 higher than what we would have been looking for in the absence of the Iran war. Even if by year end, we assume that production in the Middle East has normalized. In fact, we expect production in the Middle East to be slightly higher by year end than in the absence of the war, because we would assume that producers such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which have substantial spare capacity that's available once the Strait opens, would focus on stabilizing markets and making sure that inventory levels, which we expect to draw a lot, can normalize to more average levels. Now, that $80 Brent year-end base case forecast is about $20 higher than what we would have forecasted without the war for three reasons. One, the very large draws in commercial oil inventories, and lower inventories typically mean higher oil prices. Second, we do think that the market would likely risk adjust effective spare capacity, because spare capacity is concentrated. And therefore, we think that long-dated oil prices, sort of the back end of the oil futures curve, should be about $5 higher than in the absence of the shock. And third, we think that positioning, which was quite short going into 2026, we think positioning should be persistently somewhat higher as investors are willing to pay a premium, a security premium for available barrels. And along with sort of the rotation into hard assets that you're seeing across macro markets, this is sort of the third reason why we look for higher prices for longer. even if the strait normalizes.
Dan, I want to zone in on the security premium post this war. Over the longer term, what are the structural changes to oil pricing do you expect to happen? Will this higher geopolitical security premium embed itself into oil prices? Would countries from now on turn to strategic stockpiling more aggressively? And what would be the implications for this enhanced security sensitivity be on supply and demand?
Yeah, absolutely. So one key reason we look for lower global commercial oil inventories by year end, which was sort of the first reason I discussed for higher prices because of the war, is that while in the short term we expect significant strategic petroleum reserve releases while the disruption lasts, we do think that this event will lead to very significant refilling of strategic petroleum reserves. Two reasons. One, we'll end the summer or the fall with very low strategic petroleum reserve levels, especially in countries like the US relative to historical standards. So even normalizing SPR levels will require significant refilling. And second, we think this shock will incentivize policymakers to target higher equilibrium, steady state SPR levels. And in fact, the US SPR program, it's not a sale, it's a loan. Borrowers who are now getting access from April 1st, from tomorrow, to US SPR barrels, they're expected to give 20% more barrels back down the road than what they receive. It's a sizable 20% sort of interest rate expressed in barrels.
Going back to the logistical aspects and the transportation aspects of the oil market, the Houthis in Yemen have been mostly on the sidelines since the war broke out a month ago, but it seems they have made a couple of what seems to be a warning shots in the last couple of days. If they do enter the war, Dan, and if this Hormuz disruption is accompanied with a closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, what is the impact on oil flows here?
Yeah, it's an important risk that we're monitoring closely. So the facts are the following. We estimate that oil exports, so both crude and products, through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait at the moment are around 7 million barrels per day. They're up about 1 million barrels per day, 1 million barrels per day over the last month, as you have seen an impressive pickup of crude exports from Saudi Arabia coming via the East-West pipeline to the Yanbu port, and then going to Asia. I think we've learned that most shippers are risk averse. If there were attacks on oil tankers, you could expect a meaningful drop in volumes there as well. Now, there is some optionality to reroute some of the flows via the Suez Canal, via Europe, via the Mediterranean. But there are two challenges. One, the very large crude carriers, once they're full, they're too heavy, they're too deep to go through, and so you would have to use a pipeline or bring smaller ships to the region. And the second problem is it really extends the journey, and the tightening Hormuz shock is very much an Asia-centric shock, or at least initially, and it takes a lot more time to go to Asia via the Mediterranean and the African Cape of Good Hope than going directly via Bab el-Mandeb.
How high can oil get in such a scenario if we do get a closure of the Bab el-Mandeb as well? The maximum we saw intraday so far is $120.
We laid out a severely adverse risk scenario in our work. In that scenario, we assume the Strait of Hormuz closes for 10 weeks, and we have 2 million barrels per day of persistent scarring. And in that scenario, prices in the short term exceed $150 per barrel in April, and end the year at $115 per barrel. So well above our $80 base case for end 2026. I think you're asking about a slightly different, a severely adverse scenario where oil prices could be similar. But the critical question, I think, for the long term is, will production from the region eventually fully recover or not? That's ultimately the most important question to think about oil prices 12, 18 months from now.
Dan, does the recent U.S. Treasury General license to allow sale of Iranian oil on the water, does it change the picture, physical picture, or does it just simply allows this oil to reach a bigger subset of customers outside of China? And do you expect traders and financial institutions to remain wary of getting implicated in Iranian oil despite this temporary lift in sanctions?
Yeah, so the data that we're tracking point to only a slight pickup in the pace of imports of Iranian crude following the easing of sanctions. To your point, I think a lot of buyers are still thinking through the risks associated with buying Iranian crude, also reputational risks. And so the data point to only a modest pickup in imports of both actually Iranian and Russian crude. More broadly, so I think this supports our point that this shock is too big for policymakers to fully offset. Mm-hmm. Yes, we look for somewhat higher SPR releases. Yes, we look for somewhat faster arrivals of crude from Iran and Russia. But these policies are only very partial offsets to the very large Hormuz shock.
Dan, over to the United States. U.S. shale was slowing in the past year or so. Does the current situation change your outlook for shale? Do the higher prices encourage higher capex, or do you expect the shale players to remain cautious and more capital disciplined?
Directionally, incrementally, this suggests that production from U.S. shale could be somewhat higher than otherwise, but I think we're really talking, 300, 400 KBD more than in the absence of the war, which again is quite modest relative to the size of the shock. Two challenges that U.S. shale companies are facing. One, we do think that their inventory of high quality acreage is gradually depleting somewhat. And second, to your point, they have been capital disciplined. When they're capital disciplined, capital markets reward them financially from a stock price perspective, and we think they will remain capital disciplined. So slightly higher shale production makes sense. After all, it's still the most important, short-term price elastic part of the global supply and demand balance, abstracting from OPEC spare capacity. But again, it is quite modest. And if this shock were to last a lot longer than our base case, most of the rebalancing would have to operate via demand destruction as opposed to supply responses.
Dan, you've pointed earlier on to the east-west Saudi pipeline. Given that Saudi has been able to shift loadings to its west coast on the Red Sea at Yanbu, how would you describe this Saudi turnaround and how fast it was undertaken? And does this infrastructure hedge or bet finally comes to fruition not only for Saudi, but for the entire global oil market? And given the current prices, what is your expectations of the net impact on Saudi oil export revenues in the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, so I think it is impressive and faster and bigger than what most analysts were looking for. I think the volumes through the east-west pipeline at the moment, estimated around 7 million barrels per day, are significantly bigger than, for instance, estimates of pipeline maximum potential that agencies such as the IEA or the U.S. Department of Energy have put out. So that's very impressive. It's the most powerful, but still partial offset to the sharp loss in Hormuz flows, more powerful than SPR releases or releases of sanctioned crude. I think the impact on Saudi oil export revenues depends on the offsetting balancing act between slightly lower volumes and higher prices. And I think it depends on the horizon. I think in the first few weeks of the conflict, before you saw this big ramp up in pipeline flows, the impact on revenues may have been somewhat negative. But if I look at our, for instance, 2026 second half forecasts, we forecast higher oil prices than in the absence of the Iran war, as we discussed, roughly $20 higher. And we actually have production from the region, especially producers with spare capacity such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, higher than in the absence of the shock, because we assume that OPEC will stabilize markets. And so in the second half, both the price component and the volume component in your export revenue formula would point to higher revenues.
Dan, the media focus is on crude prices as they rise, but certain products have realized even higher price jumps like jet fuel and diesel. What are the dynamics in those products markets, and where do you see the biggest shortages forming?
Yeah, so we think this is even a bigger tightening shock for refined products, especially heavy refined products such as diesel and jet fuel and fuel oil, than for crude markets. 3 reasons. One, in contrast to crude, the starting point for refined product markets was already a very tight market with very high global refinery utilization rates, while the crude market was in a small surplus. Second, the key challenge for the heavier refined oil products is not only that the Middle East is a very important exporter of, for instance, jet fuel. The key problem is that the Middle East is the key producer of heavy and medium crude, which is the key input into making the heavier refined products such as jet fuel and diesel. And so as a result, we're seeing meaningful refinery run cuts in Asia with less production of refined products such as jet. And third, the policy response is less powerful for refined products. The SPR releases by the US government, for instance, it's of crude. It's not of refined oil products. Similarly, the releases of sanctioned barrels, it's mostly crude. So it's a bigger shock for heavy refined oil products than for crude. And yeah, we do think that prices for refined products such as jet and diesel are likely to stay significantly higher than in the absence of the shock for longer. And another fourth challenge is that it may take more time for refineries to come back than for upstream production, because reports suggest that damage to upstream oil production capacity is still quite limited so far, while we have seen more reports of potential damage to midstream refining production capacity.
Interesting piece of information there, Dan. My final question to you, looking at the oil consumer markets, which market is the hardest hit, you think? Is it the Asian or the European market?
I would say it's Europe. Two reasons. One, if you look at the share, for instance, of oil and natural gas in primary energy consumption, in Europe, it's around 2/3. If you look at China, India, it's around 1/4. The reason is that countries such as India and China rely heavily on coal and other alternative fuels. And the second challenge for Europe is that Europe is not only facing a spike in petroleum product prices, it's also facing a spike in natural gas prices. And in Europe, in countries such as Italy, natural gas prices tend to set the power price at the margin. So Europe, in a sense, is facing a triple whammy of higher petroleum product prices, higher natural gas prices, and higher power prices.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
What is happening today in the Middle East is not a fleeting moment. It is a new chapter in a long conflict between the United States and Iran, a conflict whose chapters have extended for more than 4 decades, transcending traditional borders and fronts. a struggle for influence fought through sanctions, covert operations, and proxy wars. An American-Iranian conflict that has redrawn the balances of the Middle East. Its repercussions are still being written to this day. To understand what is happening today and how we reached this escalation, we must go back to the history of the conflict between the two sides since the Khomeini Revolution in 1979 until today. Following the fall of the Shah's regime, students loyal to Khomeini stormed the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 American diplomats for 444 days in a crisis that shook relations between the two countries. When negotiations failed, Washington tried to end the crisis militarily through a secret operation known as Operation Eagle Claw in April 1980. But a sandstorm in the Tabbas Desert led to the failure of the operation and the death of 8 American soldiers, turning it into one of the most embarrassing American military operations in the 20th century. During the first Gulf War in the 1980s, the conflict moved to the waters of the Gulf. In 1987, Iran targeted the American oil tanker Bridgeton with a naval mine, prompting Washington to respond with military operations against Iranian naval targets. In April 1988, the United States launched Operation Praying Mantis, a direct naval confrontation between the two sides, after the American destroyer USS Samuel B. Roberts was hit by an Iranian mine in the Gulf.
After receiving further data and evaluating information available from the Persian Gulf, we believe that the cruiser USS Vincennes, while actively engaged with threatening Iranian surface units,
A few months later, the Strait of Hormuz witnessed one of the most tragic incidents in the history of this conflict, when the American destroyer USS Vincennes mistakenly shot down an Iranian passenger plane in 1988, killing 290 civilians. With the advent of the new millennium, the confrontation moved to new arenas of intelligence and technology. In 2011, Iran shot down an American reconnaissance drone near the Fordo nuclear facility, then announced in December of the same year that it had seized control of the advanced RQ-170 Sentinel spy drone after hacking its systems. In 2016, tension escalated again when Iran detained 10 American sailors after they entered its territorial waters in an incident that turned into a media crisis between the two countries. However, the confrontation reached an unprecedented level in June 2019, when Iran shot down the latest American reconnaissance drone over the Gulf in an incident that almost pushed Washington to launch a direct military strike before it was canceled at the last moment. In early 2020, the United States assassinated Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani in an airstrike in Baghdad. Iran responded by launching ballistic missiles at American bases in Iraq, in the most dangerous direct confrontation between the two sides in decades. In the following years, the conflict took a broader and more complex form through proxy wars, with repeated attacks on oil tankers and commercial ships in the Gulf and the Red Sea, and increased attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American bases in Iraq and Syria, turning the region into an open battlefield between the two sides. With the outbreak of the Gaza war in 2023, the region entered a new phase of escalation. The scope of tension expanded to include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the Red Sea, with mutual attacks and scattered military operations, turning the conflict into a wider confrontation in the region. In 2024, the region entered an unprecedented phase of escalation. Iran launched a direct missile attack on Israel. It moved the confrontation from shadow wars to direct strikes launched by Iran on Israel in response to the bombing of its consulate in Damascus and the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Guard, Hezbollah and Hamas. Meanwhile, after years of conflict, Iran was managing the confrontation with Israel and the United States through its widespread proxies in the region, until the biggest shift came in 2025, when the conflict entered a new phase. In that year, the confrontation known later as the 12-Day War broke out, with Israel launching Operation Rising Lion on June 13th to strike Iranian targets, followed by American strikes in the middle of the night on June 22nd on nuclear facilities in response to Iran's nuclear progress. Iran responded by shelling American bases and Israeli sites, escalating the confrontations in a war that lasted 12 days, during which Iran directly targeted Israel with an unprecedented series of missile and drone attacks. During those 12 days, the Middle East seemed to stand on the brink of a full-scale regional war, with unprecedented activation of air defense systems and exchanges of strikes at unfamiliar depths between the two sides. Although the open confrontation stopped afterward, the old balance had been broken. As for 2026, the last lines of containment collapsed, and at dawn on February 28, the region began a new phase of direct confrontation, in which events accelerated dramatically, with wide-scale airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on military and nuclear targets inside Iran as part of two military operations named Fierce Anger and Lion's Roar. This escalation came after the collapse of nuclear negotiations between both countries, while Iran continued enriching uranium and refused to halt its nuclear program. The first strikes focused on military installations and the infrastructure of Iran's nuclear program, particularly sites linked to the development of missile capabilities and sensitive facilities in Natanz and other areas inside Iran, in an attempt to weaken Tehran's strategic capability. During the first hours of the attack, pivotal events shook the structure of Iranian leadership, as the strikes resulted in the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ellie Cohanim, along with a number of senior military commanders linked to the Revolutionary Guard, dealing a severe blow to Iran's political and military leadership.
حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد گوارای شهادت را نوشیدم.
But the Iranian response was not delayed. Tehran announced the launch of Operation True Promise 3, beginning a wide wave of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, in addition to civilian sites and oil facilities in the Arabian Gulf, Jordan, and Iraq. With the expansion of the strikes and counterstrikes, the confrontation quickly turned into an unprecedented direct war between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, with continuous Iranian targeting of Arabian Gulf countries and Erbil, pushing the Iranian regime to also deploy one of its most prominent arms in the region, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, to expand the scope of the confrontation and open a new front on the border with Israel, where it fired 6 rockets toward sites inside Israeli territory, a move considered a clear message that the war is no longer confined to one front. British bases in Cyprus were also attacked by drones. However, the Israeli response was not delayed. Israel launched a wide series of strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure in Lebanon along with sites and field commanders linked to the party, as well as elements of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard believed to be overseeing military coordination between Tehran and the party inside Lebanese territory. Tehran also used its allied militias in Iraq to target American bases and interests in an attempt to open an additional front in the confrontation. Tension expanded to reach Azerbaijan after Baku announced the foiling of attacks and intelligence operations attributed to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. These included attempts to target sensitive sites and the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, which provoked Turkish and Gulf condemnations and fears of the conflict spreading to the South Caucasus. In conclusion, this conflict has been described by many concerned parties as an attempt to bring about structural change in the Iranian regime and to redraw the balance of power in the Middle East. Since that moment, the region has entered a new phase of escalation, where the confrontation is no longer limited to proxy wars, but has turned into an open multi-front confrontation that may change the shape of the region for many years to come.
The entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally, with the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991. Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence, maintaining as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Welcome to the Metropolis. the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Moscow. Time to visit Moscow, the heart of Russia. The city of Moscow represents both the Russia of the past and the present. It is known as the city that has inspired authors and poets for being the center of the Soviet mystery during the Cold War. Moscow has over 10 million residents, consisting of mainly ethnic Russians. It has been heralded as one of the world's most expensive cities, being an international business center. Many global corporations have set up corporate branches in Moscow. The closer to the center you stay, the more expensive accommodations in Moscow will be. If you're on a budget, it's recommended to stay outside of the city instead. The Moscow Kremlin is located in the heart of the city, making it the seat of Russia's government. Tourists in Moscow today have the privilege of seeing the architecture even back during the reign of Ivan the Terrible, such as St. Basil's Cathedral. These serve as signs of Russia's history, from how the Tsars once ruled over it as the president does today. Moscow is also home to the greatest writers of Russia. Many of them lived in the capital city, some born there, others died there. These legendary writers all left literary masterpieces to pay homage to. Many Russian author museums can be found in Moscow that tourists will definitely appreciate. In Moscow, you'll also find the Tretyakov Gallery, which is the city's cultural treasure. It is considered the world's most important museum of Russian art, featuring the masters Repin, Vrubel, and others. There's also the Armory Museum, which features a special collection of jewels, crowns, thrones, and carriages from royal Russia. The Armory State Diamond Fund preserves these important symbols of Russia as a tsardom and an empire. Moscow is also known for its intense winter season, lasting for until April. Summers can be very hot, but still bearable. Fall begins early, making May to September a good time for a visit. A tour around the city is also possible via commute. Moscow's metro system is fast and efficient, inexpensive and easy. The metro stations are in fact attractions in themselves. That way, you get around the city in convenience and style. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News.